Checking audio 1 2. Checking mic 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Is that good?
Good morning, all. Please let me know if you can hear me clearly.
Rosemary, can you keep speaking for me, please?
We are looking forward to a educational learning experience today.
Awesome. I can hear
Everyone,
you
a
clearly.
great conference.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to start in about 2 minutes. Can we just get everybody in the room? And can we just get a sense, Jude, how many people are in the room, in the virtual room? Thank you. Great. So I'm just going to give us 2 more minutes, and then I think we can actually start. I know social distancing is a thing, but I'm up here all by myself. So if we can just wait just another minute on that for everybody to join online. We're just slowly admitting people into the room. David Lewis, it's nice to see you online. I haven't seen you in a while. Right. I'd like to welcome everybody to what is our second day of the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Conference, which is focusing on collective action for beneficial ownership transparency in South Africa. And we're actually looking at how we move away from commitment into implementation. Beneficial ownership transparency has been around since the 70s. It's really not a new concept, believe it or not. And Jeffrey Owens always reminds us, incidentally, he was at the OECD for about 20 years working on tax, that every time they wanted to talk about beneficial ownership transparency, everybody decided it was time for a coffee break. So we know that beneficial ownership transparency is definitely a very contentious area. It's actually not going to win you very many popularity votes for sure, but we do know that it is a much needed intervention from an anti-corruption and anti-money laundering, terror financing perspective. So yesterday we essentially set the scene for beneficial ownership transparency in South Africa. We listened to a number of speakers that are active in that space, and today we're actually going to be focusing on how we take that work forward in terms of trying to set an agenda for beneficial ownership transparency in South Africa. Yesterday we heard from Dr. Hoogengard Vermaak, who's at the DPSA, where we were told that the Interdepartmental Committee was established in 2015 and that DPSA is actually responsible for convening that committee. He also highlighted the importance of beneficial ownership transparency as a tool to address corruption. We need to remember that while beneficial ownership transparency is a very powerful policy lever, it's not a silver bullet, and it should be complemented by other policy tools in your policy toolkit. We also heard from Lieutenant General Lebeya, who actually heads up the anti-corruption task team, where we learned that access to accurate, adequate, and verified beneficial ownership information for law enforcement specifically is quite critical. However, we also learned that that type of information on beneficial ownership transparency is not always available to competent authorities in a way that is timely, up-to-date, and verified. So we know that there's very limited access to this information. We also learned that the lack of transparency and the very complex layering structures, which was echoed in the session in the evening last night, presents a problem to law enforcement authorities, hindering their ability to actually conduct investigations and to effectively combat money laundering and terror financing. We then went into a very fascinating panel discussion. You can tell I don't get out very much if I find these fun facts, listening to beneficial ownership transparency, but anyway, fact. And then we basically heard from Advocate Kanyele, who's the director at the FIC. We listened to Lieutenant Beya, also spoke to Mr. Singh, who's the New Zealand Director at Corruption Watch, Ms. Khan, who's the Operations Manager of the World Bank Group, and Ms. Matejo, who's actually at the DPSA, as well as Advocate Kaleka, who's from the Public Protector. These discussions said a couple of things, and I'm going to really summarize it at a very high level. One thing we learned is that there is political will in this space, and there is funding to actually support beneficial ownership implementation. We also heard that corruption is endemic and it requires endemic effort, but more importantly, while there is political will to actually address beneficial ownership, we were told that the actual efforts on the side to actually curb corruption is not being met with the same amount of commitment. The World Bank also mentioned that there are many countries that are involved in beneficial ownership transparency, and they're doing a lot of training, particularly in this space, with government officials as well as civil society, to strengthen standards around beneficial ownership and financial disclosure standard systems, etc. And that as a country, we could definitely learn from those interventions. There is also a need for effective means for verifying disclosed information, and risk tests are a very powerful tool to do this. The system closed off with some key recommendations on how all sectors can collaborate and pass laws that supports beneficial ownership transparency. Citizens demand that politicians do so that enforcement can be empowered to do their job. Finally, and as a parting comment, everybody said the private sector needs to sign up into this process, do some self-policing. We then moved into the breakout sessions, where we had four parallel sessions. The first on beneficial ownership, the extractive sector, and energy transition. The second focused on beneficial ownership in public procurement. The third was on legal and policy frameworks in South Africa regarding beneficial ownership transparency. And the last one looked at open data and technology. In a moment, we're actually going to listen to the speakers from that session who will basically be reporting back to us. And then in the evening, for those of you that were in the session, as Christopher put it very politely this morning, he was like, yesterday's session was fascinating, too short, and we couldn't take notes. So it was indeed a very interesting session last night where we listened to civil society organizations, investigative journalists, and whistleblowers as well. So once we've actually had the report back session from the breakaway sessions, I'm actually then going to hand over to Lilith Squirt, who's actually a senior policy advisor at the FIC. She's actually doing a lot of the work around FATF's mutual evaluation in South Africa, and is also a key technical driver of the beneficial ownership transparency for the committee. The session will then speak to the beneficial ownership transparency leads and actually hear what the IDC is basically doing. We'll then hand over to Karabo Rajuli, who's the actual program director at Open Ownership, to focus on some principles and practices for beneficial ownership implementation. And then basically we will look at some of the ideas afterwards on how we take action agenda from commitment into implementation. We'll then just have a small closeout session a little later in the afternoon where we'll listen to Dr. Patrick Skohela from the DPSA, Tom Townsend, who's the Executive Director at Open Ownership, and then Christopher will actually close off the session from the FIC. That'll really run out today's activities. I'd just like to remind you, for the people in the room, that the bathrooms are to your left as you go outside. And for the delegates that are here and checking out today, please make sure that you check out at 11 o'clock. So my last comment before I hand over to the rapporteurs, if they can start getting ready to come onto the stage. I want to remind you that corrupt officials, money launderers, terror financiers, and organ crime syndicates capitalize on the fact that government is disorganized. And as a result, to become better at what we do as government, we do need to become more organized in order to prevent tax evasion, money laundering, and terror financing. So with that, can I hand over to our rapporteurs to actually present on the plenary discussions? No? Yes? So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes. Is that okay? Cool. You can have a seat. The mic's over here. Or do you want to come up? Let's grab that. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Funeka Manzi. I am representing the group that focused on BO and the extractive sector and energy transition. I am representing Robin Lena Hen, and I want to first start with some of the risks that were identified in our group when it comes to the extractives industry. So one of the things that we noted was that there's no transparency in terms of how mining companies are awarded. There's no clear BOT policy in place, and therefore mining licenses are individuals that are not known. So this is a risk if there's no process to allow the extractives industry to perform due diligence. Licensing. For instance, we made international mining companies coming to South Africa, set up subsidiaries to be unsure of the individuals who are the ultimate true beneficiaries. And that these companies report to major stock exchanges such as the Australian Stock Exchange, but only mention that they have a local company in South Africa, even though that it's not clear who are the true beneficial owners of these particular companies. A second point that we made in our group was that in terms of the energy transition, we felt that, or just transition in particular, there needs to be plans in terms of mineral and energy transition. And we also, the third point was that there has to be an understanding of beneficial ownership in the entire value chain when it comes to awarding of mining contracts, etc. So, excuse me. Another risk we found was that the CIPC doesn't necessarily do due diligence when it comes to businesses or operate in South Africa. In terms of the progress that we felt we needed to highlight was that the amendments to the Companies Act provides a legal basis for the first time in terms of outside subsidiaries, which has been found to be toothless in the past. And in terms of the banking industry perspective, we found that there needs to be training around licensing requirements, particularly environmental licensing, as well as upskilling and empowerment in the industry. In terms of transition to clean industry, we found that power purchase agreements will become more important as we shift to different energy. And we also found that information that does end up in the register needs to be accessible, especially to investigative journalists or anyone else who has a stake in beneficial ownership transparency. The information needs to be structured, complete and accurate and up to date, and that the public needs to be able to access this data. We also found that when it comes to mining affected communities in particular, that it's important that they are informed of these processes up front. The information that is shared with these communities is usually filtered. It's information that is not necessarily accurate in order to make informed decisions for these communities. And that we need to keep in mind that affected communities need to get the full benefit of beneficial ownership and not a conversation limited to mining companies only. This information needs to be streamlined, information needs to be in local languages or in a way in which people can appreciate and understand them in these mining affected communities in particularly. And some of the suggestions that we had was that in terms of sharing of beneficial ownership transparency data, this needs to be proactive and not only after the fact that mining contracts have been awarded. Thank you.
Thanks, Funeka, that was great. Where are the other two rapporteurs? Christopher and the fourth one? Go ahead.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. I'm Janine Erasmus from Corruption Watch. I was in the session on, hold on one moment here, on the open data and technology, using open data and technology to enhance or promote BOT. Our session was led by Stephen Abbott-Pugh, who is the data technology manager at Open Ownership. So a very knowledgeable person. In fact, he had just the session before demonstrated a tool that, that they've developed for visualizing chains of company ownership, which he revealed to us was still in the testing phase. It's not yet widely accessible, but they hope to have that, have the development on that going at full steam towards the end of the year. So we also spoke about how, well, Corruption Watch has, we spoke about the tool that we've developed for pulling procurement data from the Treasury's repositories of contract information, mainly for picking up on deviations and extensions on existing contracts, which can be particularly fishy. And we also spoke about how that could even be extended to, to incorporate beneficial ownership information, because, beneficial owners, dodgy contracts, there's often a link there. And we also spoke about the very exciting development that in a couple of months the Nigerian beneficial ownership registry is due to be made public. A very exciting development. We will be following that, and also we determined that open ownership, with their many various guides and standards, are very, they are the people that we need to work with in order to get beneficial ownership really up and running. In South Africa, we need, we need action on this. We need, as we spoke yesterday, we need not just action and accessibility of the data, but we need people who know how to use that data. So there needs to be capacity building in that respect as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeannie. I'm going to hand over to Prof. Williams, who is actually responsible for the group on procurement. Prof. Williams, are you ready to go online?
Yes, SM, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. So I was in the session on beneficial ownership and public procurement. We were led by Jay Krause from the Public Sector Public Service Accountability Monitor, and also by Itumeleng Mohale from the UNODC. So our session had about three key themes that we distilled in relation to this issue of beneficial ownership and its relationship to public procurement, and how it can assist in mitigating or addressing some of the corruption risks in public procurement. So I think the first challenge that we identified is that in public procurements in South Africa generally, there is very, very poor records keeping and data management. And so there are really great disparities between what happens at national level and at provincial level, and disparities between different departments, disparities between municipalities. So we found that some of our colleagues who came from the investigative agencies discussed the fact that a lot of the time procurement documents are in hard copy, and when they are required for procurement investigations, these documents sometimes just disappear into thin air. So there isn't a lot of information that is stored electronically. A lot of it is in hard copy, and that's a problem. And then we heard from other colleagues that even where the data is collected, it's very patchy. And so it's not always useful. So the right indicators are not always collected. So we also identified that there's a lack of technical capacity in relation to records keeping and data management in the public sector. And this is something that we feel really needs to be addressed, because before we can really link procurement information with beneficial ownership information, that information needs to be collected. Otherwise, the data will not be useful to understand trends and patterns and what's going on in public procurement. So that was the sort of the first theme that was highlighted by a number of colleagues. The second theme was a lack of capacity generally in the public sector. Some of our colleagues highlighted the fact that sometimes when they come in from civil society and they assist government departments in upskilling or capacitating procurement officials, once those people become highly skilled, then they're scooped up by the private sector. So there is a capacity gap, and that's something that is really problematic in the public sector. We also talked about the fact that we don't really focus on the recruitment practices in the public sector. We don't focus on making sure that people who are recruited as procurement officials, or even that hold political office, are actually people that are ethical. And we see a lot of people who've been implicated in ethical scandals, and after that scandal dies down, in a month or two, they have another appointment in another high profile agency. And that really it's not just sends a bad message, but it's really bad, because then they replicate these corruption failings over and over again. So we need to think about building ethical public service by making sure that the people we recruit, what we reward, and what we incentivize in the public sector points to the kind of public sector culture that we want to have. So that was the second theme. And then the third theme was one about oversight, especially in relation to record keeping and data. Who is really in control? Who is making sure that departments and municipalities collect the right data? Are there any standards for the kind of data that need to be collected by departments and by municipalities? And in relation to oversight as well, we talked about the fact that when we have public officials make their asset declarations, that these declarations nothing is really done with them. They are filed somewhere, and that's really the end of the story. So again, we need for there to be more oversight over that process, because that process is important, especially when we're talking about beneficial ownership. So those were the themes, and then we then thought about what are the actions that we can take. So one of them, which came from our colleagues from the investigative space, talked about the fact that they could actually put in requests for the National Treasury to implement beneficial ownership transparency in one of their remedial reports. So we hope that this will spur the National Treasury to actually give the public an answer as to what is holding them back and what they feel they can do in that space. So the other action that we thought about is that we need to ask also the National Treasury to have sort of a baseline requirements for the kind of data that needs to be collected at all levels of the public sector in South Africa in relation to procurement. We also need for there to be, especially as we're talking about beneficial ownership transparency and about data, we need for there to be some kind of capacity gap analysis of the technical skills that are missing, so that if the civil society is going to support, then they know where the gaps are and what needs to be done. Another recommendation that came from the group was about requiring more information on contractors who have to register on the central supplier database, that we can expand the categories of information that are currently collected on that database from contractors to include some of the information that is relevant to beneficial ownership transparency. We had another suggestion that perhaps we can again request National Treasury to issue a practice note or a practice instruction to require contractors to support an affidavit detailing their beneficial ownership structure when they file documents, the same way they file their tax compliance certificates, etc., and supply their B certificates, supply an affidavit describing their beneficial ownership structure. But of course, this will be problematic if there's no centralization of that data. So that can work, but it will still need to be pushed further. So I think that was what came out of our group, and I hope that I've covered everything that my colleagues spoke about. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Can we have the presenter from the Legal and Policy Group to come up? Sharice, is that you? Great, super, thanks.
Okay, so we had a discussion on the legal and policy framework. So that was kind of trying to identify what the gaps are in our current legal framework and how these can be addressed, with a specific focus on bringing the private sector and civil society on board. So the group had 15 participants. Online we had 14 in person, and we had quite a good, robust discussion. So relating to the gaps in beneficial ownership legislation in South Africa, they were really coalesced around two main gaps. The first was that the Social Action Task Force has introduced the idea of nominee arrangements. These include nominee directors, nominee shareholders, referring to persons nominated by the true beneficial owners to stand as fronts within companies. And this was almost likened to the bearer shares, which have obviously been done away with in the South African legislative framework, but kind of nominee shares are fulfilling that similar role, where it's possible to, they were talking about the idea of the what was the term, Christopher? It was the nominee beneficial owner, or which is kind of an oxymoron. You can't have somebody standing in place of the beneficial owner. When you talk about beneficial ownership, it's the ultimate beneficial owner. So nominees are therefore legal representatives, and they're not the real beneficial owners. And they increase transparency challenges, and South Africa should think about how to reflect this dynamic in legislation. The second issue was that the Fact of Mutual Evaluation report published in October 2021 observed that South Africa lacks comprehensive knowledge of its money laundering risks, and so there should be actions taken towards researching this. Other issues that came up include the need to understand the distinction between maladministration and the lack of beneficial ownership transparency. Shareholder thresholds should be dealt with, because if you have multiple small shareholders, some individuals are still able to benefit from financial crimes. So we see that this is obviously a big topic in beneficial ownership disclosure. What is the relevant threshold? Is it 5% or 10% or low, or even lower? And what we've seen from examples is that even with a relatively small shareholding of 1% or even less, it's still possible to channel large amounts of funds to politically exposed persons, for instance. So the issue of threshold is quite important. There's a need to improve our laws to document beneficial ownership information regarding politically exposed people and beneficial ownership in overseas jurisdictions. So how do you account for, what are the kind of reporting or information collection standards from international companies doing business within South Africa? Do we maintain it the same as local companies, or do we collect more information as well? Then the question was, what do we do to enhance civil society and the private sector participation in beneficial ownership legal reform? So to begin a progressive multi-stakeholder approach, it was raised that CSOs must not see government as the problem. So I think this is really just going to the issue of working collaboratively towards the common gain of beneficial ownership transparency. I think when you are take an oppositional stance, it sometimes can hinder the process. So really there needs to be focus on what can be done together. Civil society pointed out that investigating beneficial ownership is a resource and time-intensive exercise. So what currently happens, and I see this with the investigators at Amabungane, is that you often have to rely on legal ownership information that's contained in share registers. And from, if you're looking at share registers, they apply only to that relevant company. So if you're trying to pierce through layers of subsidiaries, you're not able to kind of get that detail that helps you to get to the ultimate beneficial owner. And so, if you're trying to rely on accountability in the form of, so we've got law enforcement agencies who obviously exert accountability by looking at beneficial ownership information. But if you're looking at kind of the citizen-based accountability, like, for instance, brought about by the media, there are severe resource limitations in that sense. Who their own beneficial owners are, so they kind of do the task of to disclose who actually controls the company. That will be of huge assistance to the likes of the media conducting investigations or civil society, such as, because it's necessary to kind of go through and get share registers from each relevant company and kind of piece it together yourselves. And this is why we also want to emphasize that, whereas we understand the importance of share registers for law enforcement agencies, we would like to emphasize that a public register should exist. So there should be information that is available to the public to assist in this, assist in this process. So another issue that was identified is that CSOs can consider working together to prepare a research report on money laundering risks in South Africa. And so this achieve this because there's FATF reporting that is due in August. But this is kind of to draw on the on-the-ground knowledge that CSOs have and to provide case-by-case examples. So, from the government perspective, that obviously this exercise should also be conducted, but by CSOs also using their own intelligence, it's possible to look at the parallels, look at the areas of divergence, and that will definitely assist to kind of strengthen what is able to be put forward in the FATF reporting. The private sector effort is central to beneficial ownership transparency. So this was, an issue that really needs a lot of exploring. Often it's perceived that beneficial ownership transparency is a hindrance to companies. It's an additional compliance burden, and companies also are quite protective of their privacy. And so this is really something that needs to be challenged. And this is not necessarily, we have to think about carrots and sticks to get companies and the private sector on board with beneficial ownership disclosure. So punitive measures is one possibility. There were some private sector members in attendance who said that they are in full support of a beneficial ownership policy and would support the implementation, and that's great. We need more of that. We need more kind of education. I think if you sometimes speak to smaller companies or SMMEs, they don't understand the import of this and they just see it as a burden. But really, we want to kind of emphasize that it is something that benefits everyone, because what you're basically doing is showing that South Africa is a clean jurisdiction, that we are stamping out corruption, that it's worthwhile to invest money in our companies because they're less susceptible to these exogenous shocks that happen when a company is accused of corruption. So I think these are very important, and it was a very fruitful session, and I thank all the participants involved.
Right. So we're going to open up to a very brief, about 10-minute discussion on the breakout sessions, if you have any comments. I'm going to start off with the audience in the virtual room, if you have any questions specifically to raise, if you can please raise your hand or actually post your question in the chat, and then we can actually read it. So if the audience in the virtual room can actually raise their hand. Any questions? I don't really see anything. And in the meantime, I'm going to open up to the room. I probably have a question which strikes me as something that came up from our session and links to beneficial ownership and procurement. So one of the things that Asmin from the World Bank actually said in the session is that for beneficial ownership transparency, you really want to reduce the red tape, the administrative burden that you place on business, right? So you've got to think of beneficial ownership transparency from a law enforcement, AML, CFT perspective, but you also need to think about it from an ease of doing business perspective as well. And the reality is that as you cut the red tape, you actually make it easier for businesses to actually comply. And it was quite interesting when Professor Williams was actually presenting on the procurement side, and I do a lot of work for the presidency and for the Treasury on SMMEs in South Africa and for small business development. And one of the biggest complaints is that our data around the central supplier database is not across the country. You've got, incidentally, the Western Cape has got its own central supplier database equivalent for this province. A lot of local governments have their own supplier database. We've got the National Treasury's central supplier database. And Professor Williams was actually saying that one of the outcomes in the discussion was that, we should ask businesses to actually comply by sending a certificate through of who the beneficial owners are to the central supplier database. Now, from an administrative simplification perspective, that actually just adds layers to complexity, right? That information should be contained in the CIPC. It should be in that registry. And you want the different government institutions, whether it's SARS, interfacing with information at CIPC, which they do incidentally, but you want to actually build the roads on the back end to make it administratively simpler for businesses to actually comply. And then obviously as government, your responsibility is to verify, check, etc. So I thought that was quite interesting for me, something that sort of comes up to think about. I don't see any hands in the virtual room. Nobody has a question in the virtual room? And I'm going to hand over to, okay, go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
Are you talking to the virtual room?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Lebia.
Thanks.
I appreciate the reports that have come forward. I just have one question, which I'll first comment towards that question, is obviously the first rapporteur. One appreciate that the identification of beneficial ownership is important. That is the first comment. What I would like to know is, reading through the comments, it would appear that we want public to have access to the information. What I need to be checking is whether access by the public should be controlled, or anyone should just have access to the information. Whether if the public should just have uncontrolled access, whether we have balanced the act between the privacy and the information that is for public interest. If anyone is just going to have access willy-nilly, is there the possibility of endangering those whose information might suggest that they have got assets that may somehow attract criminality? Thank you very much.
That's actually a very good question. Sanan, and then Itumeleng. It is Itumeleng. I can't see with the mask. Thank you, Itumeleng. Yeah. Thank you, General.
Right. Thank you, think Lieutenant General Libya just raised a point and a question which was quite topical in our discussion yesterday in the technology session. And I think one of the most common points of pushback that you receive from various government departments when you raise this idea of disclosing people's personal information is, but what about POPIA? And you can't just put people's personal information online and make it available. And one of the points is that in the UK, obviously they had a similar process when they adopted beneficial ownership transparency, and they had to publish everyone's addresses and their information on the Companies House website. So you can currently search through that database and find all of that information. And interestingly enough, and I think it's often POPIA is just used as a sort of blanket exception to publishing anything about an individual, but we know that the POPIA comes with a whole list of exceptions as well. Exceptions being criminality, and I think most pertinently for our discussion today is Section 38, which deals with exemptions for certain functions in POPIA, which specifically covers things like ensuring honesty and integrity in business practices and professional services. So I think if we were to start discussing how this would fit, or beneficial ownership transparency could become, or incorporated into the South African framework, we'd have to look at that particular exemption and sort of use that as the route to say, okay, but there are circumstances when you can publish that information. And I think the second really important point is criminality and the safety of individuals. And I know in Companies House, for instance, they strongly encourage the use of business addresses as opposed to personal addresses. And so that's something that we obviously need to look at. We need to look at whether there's a conducive environment in South Africa, particularly for SMMEs, where they might not be able to purchase service providers who can give them business addresses. But we'll have to look at all of that. But I think the point is that there is the possibility of doing it. And I think going back to the point, and a point that you raised around ease of doing business and the World Bank's points and all of that, really at the end of the day, companies spend a tremendous amount of money into due diligence and KYC exercises. And if government can be providing that sort of information freely, we'd actually find that the transactional cost goes down as opposed to up. And I think there's a lot of case studies that open ownership have done internationally that sort of points to this. So anyway, these are all things that we discussed quite extensively in our session yesterday. So I just thought it was quite interesting to share. Thanks.
Great, thanks. Tmeling, you can go ahead, and then David, you can actually get yourself, if you can unmute in the meantime, please.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm going back to the statement that was said by Theo yesterday morning to say that every one of us should be concerned about the beneficial ownership transparency. And what was striking is he's even extending this to children, basically emphasizing the importance that this is an area of concern. And therefore, the authorities need to have beneficial ownership data somewhere in place. And I hear what Sanan is saying, I hear what the Lieutenant General is saying about access to that data. But my concern is not really about the access, it's about the collection of this data. It has to be collected. You do mention that CIPC probably is the right place where this information can be collected. Now, the question is there a conversation between the CIPC, DTI, and the National Treasury when it comes to public procurement now? And I do understand that administrative burden that comes with more requirements in terms of collecting whatever information from bidders, from companies. And the National Treasury has also raised this bureaucratic red tape if you want to create additional burden to collect some more information about beneficial owners. While I do also admit that they may not entirely understand the gravity of the problem as far as beneficial ownership transparency is concerned. So, how do we deal with administrative burden? Will the CIPC database be sort of the point where we could say that we can be able to assist the National Treasury and all the procuring entities of the administrative burden of having to collect this information? I'm not so sure, because now if you are within a department or any procuring entity, you're there, you will find that there's a procurement officer. And what is this individual supposed to do when he or she receives the bids? We'll have a checklist and tick off everything that has to be there. The tax clearance certificate is there. All the forms have been completed, including the standard bidding document number 4, which is a form of declaration of interest, something that I used to believe that maybe could be utilized to source some of the beneficial ownership data, as a start at least. But this individual is not capacitated enough to be able to look at this information, now to interrogate the data, the information. Whatever committees that are established in a department or in local government, in a municipality, these committees are not established to perform a verification function. They are not going to scrutinize the information and try to understand. They are not going to consult the CIPC database. They will check whether the company is registered on the central supplier database. That is sufficient for them. Now, I don't have the answers, but I'm asking all these questions and I'm making this comment, hoping that some wisdom can come from the room, whether virtual or this one. Thank you, Kathy.
I think that's something we're going to park, because including General Lebeya's comment around access, who should be able to see this. And yes, it does have a problem in terms of sharing personal information. If it gets into the wrong hands, it's equally dangerous. When identity theft is a major problem when it comes to cybercrime. So we've got to be sensitive about this, and maybe, Lisa in her opening can maybe just chat about it very briefly. David Lewis, see you managed to get your hand up. Do you want to unmute yourself and ask your question, and then we can wrap up and park this so that we can move into the next section?
Yeah, I'm sure this is a stupid question, but is there not, if we accept that it's difficult, at least initially, to collect all data about all beneficial ownership of all South African companies and foreign companies, indeed, that do business in South Africa, is there not a risk-based approach that can be followed where there are red flags that can be identified that suggest that you need to ask questions about beneficial ownership? I mean, this doesn't solve the problem of a public register and all of those sorts of issues, but at least it may enable us to go to select companies that we think are going to be problematic, and some will escape through holes in the net, but others may be captured. And so, for example, where a company is owned by another company or even an individual in a secrecy jurisdiction, that would seem to be a red flag for beneficial ownership problems. And are there such red flags that can be identified to enable a risk-based approach and relieve the burden of researching and verifying beneficial ownership for every company?
I think that's an excellent comment, David, and I agree. It's not about, touching on everybody and every company. I know in the central supplier database, we had the infinite wisdom, thanks to the Treasury, to actually use all the early childhood development practitioners to apply for the government presidential employment stimulus stipend, and 90% of them couldn't register and receive their funding. And so those kinds of companies should actually be treated very differently to corporates that are owned by another company that are in a tax haven jurisdiction. Just to read the comment from Cynthia from the South African Reserve Bank, she says you can have a compliance function or department involved in the procurement process and also have one sitting in the procurement committee. So that comes to your point, Itumeleng. I'm now going to hand over to Lisa van Schoor. She's actually going to take us through the next session, which is for an hour. And we're basically focusing on the interdepartmental committee, talking to the beneficial ownership transparency leads. Lisa is actually head of legal, I would like to make her head of legal and policy. She's the legal special policy advisor at the FIC, and basically does a lot of stuff on the fact of mutual evaluation and on beneficial ownership transparency and terror and proliferation financing. The list is as long as my arm. Over to you, Lisa.
Well, after that illustrious introduction, I don't know, I'm lost for words. I'm going to ask Christopher Malan to join me on stage, and then I'm going to sit next to him so we can have a conversation. Thank you for that. So as introduced, this session will be dealing with the actual practical implementation action. After everything is said and done, there's a working team or a working committee in the background that have to implement all the policy, legislative advice, and regulatory framework that's coming out of workshops like this. And we're fortunate enough to have on our call today and in the room today a number of experts who's part of an interdepartmental committee on beneficial ownership transparency. Just to run through the program, I have with me here Mr. Christopher Malan, that is the co-chair of this interdepartmental committee on beneficial ownership transparency. He's also the senior executive manager compliance and prevention. I will be introducing him shortly after providing you with a little bit of a background on this interdepartmental committee. And virtually we have Mrs. Lucinda Steenkamp. She's a senior legal advisor, corporate legal deputy information officer from the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission. In the interim, after our two presenters are going to take us through a little bit of background, and some specifics on their role, functions, and responsibilities within the Interdepartmental Committee on Beneficial Ownership Transparency, I invite our participants online, virtually, to post questions in the virtual box so that we can address that in our question and answer time. So yesterday you've already heard a lot of responses and references provided in the keynote address and in the high-level panel on the fact that South Africa is in the process of developing a national integrated and harmonized beneficial ownership framework. Relevant keepers of beneficial registries agreed on a multi-pronged approach for competent authorities to gain access to information on beneficial ownership through different sources. And I think both speakers will also talk to that, and I'll also ask some additional questions to go into more detail of exactly what is this animal called in Financial Action Task Force language multi-pronged approach. And what are we referring to when we talk about integrated and harmonized beneficial ownership national framework? And what does it refer to in terms of the various registries where we currently stand as the as-is and the to-be? So a little bit of background, there's always a history lesson involved. The Interdepartmental Committee on Beneficial Ownership Transparency, as you've heard yesterday, was born out of a cabinet-driven approach and approved as Interdepartmental Committee following the adoption of the 2015 high-level principles coming out of the G20 on beneficial ownership transparency. With our co-partners, the Department of Public Service and Administration, the Financial Intelligence Center is technical lead for this interdepartmental committee, and we've consulted with a broad range of stakeholders since 2015 and currently within and outside of government in the implementation of this to-be national beneficial ownership framework. This includes institutions that control existing registries and those that will have an impact on who need to have access to accurate, up-to-date, adequate and verified beneficial ownership information. And you will hear more from our colleagues from the Register of Corporates and Legal Persons, which is SAPC. Other implementing agencies to a lesser extent, also including the Registrar of MPOs. This is the Department of Social Development, the Non-Profit Organization Directorate, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development that oversee the legal framework that's addressing the Trust Property Control Act, and also the Master of the High Court, and last but not least, the Deeds Office, the Registrar of Immovable Properties. So firstly, if we can then start from a high-level feedback, I'm going to swiftly hand over to Christopher here, but just to introduce the topic and contextualize it a little bit more. I'm going to ask Christopher to give us more of a nuanced and a contextualized interpretation, unpacking the results of our country findings in the most recent mutual evaluation country assessment conducted by the Financial Action Task Force on the issue of beneficial ownership for immediate outcome 5 that deals with legal persons, companies and legal arrangements. And the global requirements and implementation requirements that will have for South Africa to now rectify a number of deficiencies through this Interdepartmental Committee of Beneficial Ownership Transparency. Christopher, if I may ask you to broadly talk us through some of these findings, what practical implications will it have, what envisaged timelines for implementations we have, and then maybe if you can also touch in your response on this concept that FATF just recently adopted in the alternative mechanism, the revised recommendation 24. Thank you, Christopher.
Good morning, everyone. How much time do I have?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, right. Let's put this into context. There is an immediacy issue here. Time is of the essence, and why? We were assessed by the FATF, and the issue of discussion today, beneficial ownership, is part of that methodology under IO5, beneficial ownership, which includes legal persons and trust arrangements. But today we're focusing on companies, legal persons. The finding was effectiveness level low. It's the lowest level you can get on the FATF rating. And it's one of 3 levels where we perform very poorly. What do we have to do to remedy? And we have a year to remedy that outcome. Now, the report was released in October 21. We have until October 22 to demonstrate effective improvements in remedying the deficiencies. That is why when we broke away yesterday, I appealed to open society. This is a ball that you should catch and run with it and assist us. There's a very key issue that needs to be addressed on an immediacy basis, which is, do we as a country understand the vulnerabilities and threats, money laundering vulnerabilities and threats of legal persons operating in South Africa, and can we document that in a sufficient manner to demonstrate that we first and foremost understand the risks arising out of the threats and vulnerabilities, and that we are able to put in place mitigation measures. And I'll go to the chase of the matter. The FATF recommendations under IO5, there are 6 recommended actions. And for those of you that need to still look the report up, look for recommendation B. Recommendation B says the following: South Africa should thoroughly assess the money laundering and terror financing vulnerabilities of all types of legal persons, including vulnerabilities that facilitate corruption in government procurement. So without any doubt, government procurement and corruption are core components of abuse that we need to address and document within the broader context of money laundering and terror financing vulnerabilities giving rise to risks. So the recommended action means in practice that South Africa needs to demonstrate, firstly by the first report date, which is August, a report to say we have substantially addressed this issue. If we are unable to do so by August, we have the last date, which is round about end October, early November. And why are there 2 dates? The first date of August is part of the FATF enhanced follow-up process. Because of our poor showing, we fell within the category of enhanced follow-up, which means we have to report at the next anniversary of our report release, which is now October plenary. We need to submit a report on how we have addressed all the issues in IO5 and all the other issues, and in particular enough to focus this discussion on item B, risk vulnerabilities. The second report date is the more important date, but builds on the first report. So ideally, we should have a good first report, which we will then gloss up and improve on. Because the second report due in November would be the report that would be evaluated by our peers to determine whether or not we fail again, that we have failed to remedy the deficiencies, and then it would be a ground for arguing we qualify to be placed on the grey list. These are countries that have not met the various requirements, and the implications are profound and dire for our economy. That should South Africa go on the grey list, it would have a tremendous impact on our business relationships, trade of flows of funds in and to the country, and also damage our reputation, whereby our financial institutions and other institutions would be asked to satisfy more enhanced requests to satisfy that we're doing sufficiently in the country to manage all the identified ills and shortcomings. So we don't want to be on the grey list. So coming back to the circle, it goes back to Mr. Lewis's point. Is there an approach to start to identify which legal persons are more important than others? And we say definitely. The new FATF R24, recommendation 24, makes it a very important statement. It's the first time that risk is brought fully into it. It's the very first sentence of the requirement that says that countries should undertake a risk assessment and identify misuse of legal persons. And that clearly talks to the risk-based approach. So, if we cut to the chase, we believe that this is an all-of-country response, and we believe that if civil society is serious about contributing, you have a quick window of 2 months or so to compile that from your perspective, and you sit with a wealth of information, practical cases of where legal persons have been abused historically, including legal persons that originate from outside of the country, coming into South Africa, or flows of funds leaving South Africa to legal persons outside of South Africa in financial havens and the like. So that is our challenge to you, that definitely the risk-based approach is front and foremost in the FATF methodology, but it does require some exercise and a thorough exercise to be undertaken. And we are saying we believe civil society and the financial sector can play a role and partner with government to work on that particular issue, and we have a short window. August, we would like to see a very good report, if it's at all possible, and a dressed up final report to submit to FATF come November. On the other issues that we need to work on, the findings on beneficial ownership, there are quite a few of them. We don't have time to go through all of them, but I thought I would just touch on the point Mr. Lewis raised about risk. Can we take a refined approach? We're saying we can answer yes to all of those questions, but it means we need to undertake serious work to identify and thoroughly assess the vulnerabilities of terror financing and money laundering of all types of legal persons, including vulnerabilities that facilitate corruption in government processes. Over and above that, there are 5 other outcomes that the country needs to demonstrate improvement on. As I said, we will hope to touch on that at a later stage. I will give you the assurance that all 5 are being addressed by government, but we thought that this would be an ideal forum to throw out the challenge to civil society to really come to the party. You have the knowledge to assist us with the risk dimension, because that's the fundamental issue. If we don't understand risk, all the others are challenges in themselves. So it's a short window. We hope you can mobilize your resources and come to us with a proposal ASAP, start the work, and then we would like to see a product that we could engage on and agree on, Because we would identify gaps as government, and you most importantly will understand and identify the real practical gaps you are seeing in your various mechanisms and investigative journalism attempts. Let's put our heads together once we have that report from you. Let's sign off a report. And in that way, you will make a tremendous contribution to our appreciation of risk and how do we need to tackle it. Now, under the FATF methodology, you tackle that issue of identified risk in 3 mechanisms. And this is what is called the integrated approach. And the first mechanism is we are required to have a registry. If we decide not to have a registry, we must have an alternative mechanism that delivers the same output as a BO registry or registry framework. That's 2. The third issue is the supplementary side, that information needs to be supplemented by information gathered by accountable institutions, mainly banks, and further supplemented by other beneficial ownership information available in the financial system, such as, and the FATF makes this point very clearly, and obviously we are hard at work. We anticipate and we do note some reluctance by the JSE and the like and exchanges to contribute, but they need to contribute. JSE and other exchange information is clearly mentioned as another source of supplementary information. They sit, and straight as well, sit with beneficial ownership information of listed corporates and the like, and also trading on our exchanges. All of that needs to go into the pot. And we need to build a structure, a framework that encapsulates all of those elements. So it's not just a beneficial ownership registry output. And that is what the IDC on BOT is looking at, and that is the Interdepartmental Committee chaired by DPSA and co-chaired by the FIC, and I'm the FIC's representative there. The chair from DPSA is otherwise engaged and has extended his apologies, but we have the DPSA colleagues in the back of the room. So what is the IDC on BOT dealing with now? Well, we are giving immediate focus to dealing with the FATF recommendations. We were asked by the National Treasury to tackle the issue of beneficial ownership, and we then decided that we could do so by incorporating, addressing the IO5 recommendations, the 6 of them, recommended actions, under the umbrella of the IDC BOT, and that in principle has been approved, so we therefore are the persons to speak to. Liz is part of our secretariat, so if we can get confirmations today that civil society is willing, and we would like to get that confirmation today, to engage, kindly contact her as the secretariat. We will then welcome your participation. So the IDC BOT is actually building the registry framework, obviously from a policy dimension, and I see a note, I need to be quick. The policy dimension says we're going to build it from existing registries. We are not seeking to create duplication of effort. We are going to seek to modernize and leverage off our existing structures. We acknowledge as an IDC BOT, and we had made that decision quite some time ago, August, 2 years ago, I think, 2020, before we went to Cabinet, that the idea is to have a tiered system. CIPC is the lion that will carry the lion's share of the information. Obviously, they're the only party that collects legal person information. So CIPC would be the main skeleton and bone to carry their obligations. We have a secondary registry in the master's offices. They are then the second tier, but we are flexible. We are actually viewing them as one tier with the emphasis on CIPC, then master, as the collectors and the repository to hold the information. Then there is the second or the third tier, which are other registries that should be replicators of the information held by either the company's registry or the trust registry, and they are registries such as the social MPO registry insofar as it could be relevant, the deeds office insofar as all immovable property when registered and a corporate or trust is the party purchasing or selling, the beneficial ownership should be reflected there. Motor vehicle transactions and the like, as many registries that would then be utilizers, they will be the third tier. That third tier will not be asked to go and collect information themselves, because that would be a duplication. They should have an integrated access point to the main registries where they will source and check when they're doing a property registration and it involves a corporate, South African corporate, that we can disclose then the BO requirements when they register the movable property. So we are working on that, and the IDC is in the process. We've got various working groups. Our one working group is actually working with the National Treasury on legal harmonization, bringing together the Companies Act, Amendment on Beneficial Ownership, the Trust Act, and all the other acts that needs to be amended on an urgent basis, an omnibus approach. We have another working group that's looking at data access, where we're dealing here with the immediate problem of providing swift access to law enforcement. We believe that can be achieved with a lot of good effort, and admin will by November, so we can report favorably on that, but we do want to put in a mechanism where law enforcement can access information much faster and much easier from the repositories currently. And we have another working group looking at the infrastructure build. That is how we're actually going to build this structure. The IT technicality, it's really an IT project. And then obviously we have a fourth group dealing with awareness and consultation, and at the appropriate time, we would be bringing everybody into the table. So Liz, that is a very broad, rough, quick overview, and I trust the members are more informed now. So government is doing something, and there can be no doubt we have now placed a challenge out to you, and we're hoping you can respond positively to our request to assist us with the risk assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive overview in a nutshell, Christopher. It's actually quite a mouthful if you think of all the implications and the cross-cutting implications that beneficial ownership have when you read our country mutual evaluation report that was published in October 2021. In each and every immediate outcome, there is a reference on the lack of beneficial ownership. So if this is one area where we can fix the deficiencies and the weaknesses in our system, I think as a country we will show a lot in terms of tangible and practical improvements by the time we need to provide feedback to FATF. You actually preempted a lot of my follow-up questions, so I'm going to hand over to Lucinda Steenkamp. She's going to display to us a presentation. So Lucinda, while you're setting up, I think you received co-host facilities by the organizers. If you can just unmute your mic and introduce yourself. I'm going to ask you to go through the same procedure, and in your presentation, if you can just share with us what you've prepared for us. Lucinda, can you unmute your mic for us?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me fine?
I can hear you. Let's just see if you can open the presentation, or would you like us to display it?
Let's try. Can you see that?
We can see it. You can put it on full screen.
There we go.
Excellent. Please go ahead. You also have 10 to 15 minutes. I won't interrupt. Thank you so much.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for this opportunity. From the discussions that I've heard so far, I know that there's a lot of feedback that is required from the CIPC and a lot of responsibility on our shoulders with regards to the FATF requirements. We have done a lot of work in this area, and I hope that the presentation will reflect that. I won't be able to see any hands or questions, so after the presentation, then we can tackle that part. Thank you. So an overview just quickly, CIPC is a registration and regulatory agency, so responsible for the implementation of the Companies Act and other legislation provided for in the Companies Act. We strongly advocate for entities to adopt high levels of transparency and corporate governance standards. One of the highest functions of the CIPC as a regulator and a world-class regulator is to ensure compliance and enforcement of these legal persons or corporate entities in terms of their corporate governance, and transparency is part of that. CIPC is mandated to educate and create awareness and train stakeholders about its services and offerings. A lot of the times we see that these corporates out there do not understand their responsibility with regards to being a company or close corporation or any of the other legal persons required for in terms of the legislation. And as already mentioned, CIPC has to maintain and enforce strict compliance with regards to the Companies Act and the legislation mentioned. Now, the CIPC participated in the FATF assessment, as mentioned, based on the country mutual evaluation assessment findings as contained in the October MER report. And we need to consider each of those recommendations made during the mutual evaluation report. South Africa should revise and substantially improve its mechanisms for ensuring that accurate, up-to-date, and verified beneficial ownership is timely available to competent authorities. It's one of the areas that was raised in terms of competent authorities who needs access to this information. South Africa should thoroughly assess the money laundering and terror financing vulnerabilities of all types of legal persons, including vulnerabilities that facilitate corruption in government procurement. The CIPC should verify information of all foreign officers and foreign shareholders of South African companies, and this is one of the areas that I know that received a lot of discussion. LEA should be granted powers to gain direct and timely, that's law enforcement agencies, should be granted better powers to gain direct and timely access to ownership and control information for legal persons. And these officers who investigate financial crimes be further trained about company structures to enable them to more quickly identify and obtain a beneficial ownership information. I will talk a little bit more about that area. And empower the CIPC to impose administrative penalties directly. Then the CIPC should apply sanctions for failure to comply with information requirements. Now, recommendation 1 and the actions that have been taken. Data capturing of corporate information is done by the incorporators or the filers and not the officials in the back office within the CIPC. So this mitigates data entry errors. The information that we receive is input by the actual company owners or the incorporators. The data on the incorporators or directors is checked against the Home Affairs database. So this is South African directors and incorporators, as well as the disqualified directors register. The Companies Act provides for certain persons that are disqualified or ineligible of being directors and members of close corporations. And when information is submitted in terms of registering a new company, it's checked against this register as well. A process has also been initiated to allow for the checking of data against the targeted financial sanctions list. Excuse me. Data from entities incorporated through banks have an added measure of a full KYC process as administered by the banks. Entities incorporated through the self-service centers, which the CIPC have, includes a compulsory requirement for all directors to use thumbprints so that biometric data is verified against Department of Home Affairs. We deal with a lot of legal persons where their directors, etc., require face-to-face incorporation. They don't work with the online registration and they require the self-service centers. In that instance, we require actual biometric thumbprint verification to see that we are working with the director standing in front of us. Entities registered by foreign directors are the only ones where the Department of Home Affairs database cannot be relied upon. However, a certified copy of a passport is always insisted upon, and Section 214 of the Companies Act protects against untruths for persons incorporating entities. This is also one of the areas that I know is extremely relevant in terms of foreign directors and foreign shareholders when we're speaking in terms of the beneficial ownership. Recommendation 2 actions, contributions to be made by the CIPC under medium outcome 1 will ensure achievement of the recommended action. In terms of government procurement, it can be confirmed that the CIPC has direct integration with the central supplier database, providing real-time access of entity statuses and company ownership information, the relationship that has been spoken about between the CIPC and the Department of Treasury. Recommendation 3 actions, I'm sorry, a business process and a practice note will be developed to ensure verification of foreign offices. So we are actually working on this as we speak. MOUs to be concluded with various of our counterparts from around the world, most of whom belongs to the Corporate Registers Forum. Current active MOUs, memorandums of understanding, includes Lesotho and Abu Dhabi Global Market, while other registries provide corporate information for free, like the UK Companies House. And there's very little verification that goes on in terms of those registries where the information is provided for free. For foreign shareholders, there has to be an enabling provision in the Companies Act to empower the CIPC to start collecting and demanding such information from legal entities. And the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition are the company law and policy units to assist in this regard. They are responsible for the Companies Act Amendment Bill and any amendments pertaining to the Act and the regulations. Recommendation 4, CIPC has MOUs with most law enforcement agencies in place in terms of access to the CIP database for free to aid in the investigation processes, and as part of the annual report on these statistics of usage by the law enforcement agencies. There are officers within the CIPC dedicated to assisting law enforcement with affidavits and provision of corporate information, certified copies, original documentation for court purposes, and even appearing as experts in courts for matters being prosecuted in court. This specifically is dealt with by the division that I head up, and we are constantly in contact with the law enforcement agency in terms of expert advice, explaining how the Companies Act work, the specific requirements in terms of directors, the difference between directors and shareholders, etc. And there's a lot more education required in that regard as well. Once a beneficial ownership register is established, access will continue to be timely, virtual, and direct for law enforcement agencies. Recommendation 5, the DTIC has been made aware formally and were told to consider recommendation to be included in the current round of the Companies Act amendment process. They will provide guidance on whether this will be feasible for the current round of amendments, as it was reported that the process is at an advanced stage. The Companies Act Amendment Bill was tabled for comment October 2021, and it is at the parliamentary stage at the moment. CIPC is committed to the establishment of a register, a beneficial ownership register. Hence, we have contributed as a member of the committee since 2015. The project within the CIPC to establish the register is driven with the involvement and participation of our ICT division, which is a very important factor in terms of the fact that we require foreign information as well, and this will be an online register and an online process. In terms of our internal steering committee, and a project approach is being followed with the project manager already appointed and assigned. The CIPC continues to support and form part of engagements where private sector or civil society is involved to provide clarity and certainty, and we welcome any assistance, comments, anything in terms of this register on how it should be facilitated, the process that needs to form part of that, etc. Just quickly to give you detail of where we stand. Legislative amendments, as already mentioned, in terms of the DTIC, it is still in progress, and we have been informed that it is at the parliamentary stage. Internal CIPC processes, the beneficial ownership register establishment is already included in our annual business plan and our annual performance plan and strategic plans, and as well as approved by our internal exco to ensure that it forms part of our service delivery of the coming financial year. Internal steering committee has been established, and we are looking at a phased implementation approach in terms of the beneficial ownership register. First of all, without full integration internally, we look at the basic validation and IT. As mentioned, we have to look at the implications of POPI as well. Data sharing functionality, the API keys for electronic data sharing is being established. Issues of confidentiality, as already mentioned, must be taken into account. Verification of foreign directors process is currently underway, and we are considering how we are going to verify foreign stakeholders in terms of beneficial ownership and our internal directors, and the sharing of basic information being reviewed to timeous disclosures for law enforcement agencies, as already mentioned. Just a quick summary, the establishment of the beneficial ownership register receives our EXCO support internally in terms of CIPC. Submission of the beneficial ownership information will be collected upon incorporation is what we are looking at, through the maintenance of your legal person when there is director changes, etc., when the annual returns as well as your financial statements needs to be filed, to produce that information as well, to build on the accuracy and up-to-date information of the beneficial ownership register. This will be a fully virtual functionality, what we are foreseeing. Verification capability of submitted information and triangulation. Annual financial statement disclosure, the beneficial interest of 5%, which is provided for in the company's amendment bill. Investigation powers, summoning powers, and compliance notices to enhance the CIPC powers in terms of issuing compliance notice for not providing that information, and the administrative sanctions as per the recommendations. And then the disclosure of information, taking into account the information, the transparency of this information, but also the right to privacy in line with POPIA that needs to be taken into account. Thank you, everybody. That's it from me in a nutshell. Any questions?
Thank you so much for that. Lucinda, I hope you can hear the round of applause. That was an excellent and a comprehensive presentation. I think you now all understand why Christopher indicated that SIPC will indeed be the locomotive that will carry this work of the IDC forward in terms of data, ITC, architectural build, and the harmonization that's accompanying that from a registrar of companies perspective. So Lucinda, I also just want to thank you on behalf of Joey Macheka, who would have been here with us, but couldn't have been other ways because he's already engaged very much for this excellent presentation. I'm first going to take a question from the floor, and thereafter I would like to ask all my fellow IDC members, representatives that's in the room here or online to weigh in by show of hand to participate in the one question that I think we can address as a group. And that is the question dealing with how we can all work closely with our private sector, civil society stakeholders. As Christopher invited you in his intervention, through elucidating, assessing and validating our understanding of risk for legal persons and legal arrangements, but also in assisting us with developing this framework further. I received a question from Marguerite. Let me just read it for you. In terms of whether, let me just get to the question. I think the gist of the question was the work of the IDC will involve a consultative process. So at what point will the private sector and our stakeholders from the financial, non-financial, accountable reporting institutions, as well as civil society at large be approached? Christopher did mention in his early intervention one of the work streams that the IDC is currently looking into is stakeholder engagement, as well as capacity building, outreach and awareness raising. But Christopher, maybe I can invite you to just give some broad overview at this stage. I know it's early to already reflect on the outcome of a process that's still in the process of being developed, but your initial views on this consultation process going forward and any timelines in addition to the ones you've already provided, please.
So thank you. We need to try and be methodical and effective in dealing with this very complex topic. I know all of you are very eager to chase to the end stage, which is access. But before we get to the access issue, there is a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done. And the access issue, if we project it into what are the input issues that concerns you, that is where private sector, the public in general, the financial sector that are accountable institutions and banks, civil society can assist us to say, what sort of data do you believe should be carried in the system? Right, so before we go to access, you need to be thinking those issues through. And I just want us to be very cautious about this. This is just not about access, right? So we need to ensure that fundamentally we capture the right information. As we dealt with yesterday, even capturing that information is highly complex because we cannot be so naive as to say that the registries, and we won't even talk beneficial ownership, the current registries that we have, CIPC Master's Office, that those are reflecting what we call in the FATF language legal basic information, that is information currently disclosed, and then obviously we're looking at the more enhanced disclosure level, which is beneficial ownership information, which is very different. Coming back to my point, we shouldn't be so naive as to say that our existing information is accurate. And I'm not here saying that CIPC or the Master's Office has incorrectly recorded it. No, what I'm saying is it is accurate within the context of reflecting the true person entitled to the rights and obligations. So the big issue here, and it's a new issue, you need to read up on this, even the banking sector. The FATF has introduced a concept called nominator. Why? Because they have told us that the issue of nominee arrangements actually needs to be addressed at the same time you build a beneficial ownership registry. So that comes back to the issue. The consultation process, when we want to talk data, we would have to start working sessions with you to fully understand the essence of the data. Because the data arguably that we have now does not reflect the true owners. And that's the term you see in the Companies Act. They reflect a nominee picture. But the nominator, the person that nominated that person to stand in for them, is not the real or the true owner. And that we're not even talking beneficial ownership here. We're saying, if you have a share interest in a company and you do not want to be disclosed on the share register of that company as a holder of X amount of shares, you as a nominator will nominate another natural person to stand in for you and that person is called the nominee, and the nominee's details will be registered at CIPC and in the master's offices. So that is the complexity about the data issue. So we will be at the appropriate time starting a series of discussions about the essence of the data that needs to go into the system, because the system is going to reflect merely, it's going to reflect inputs. But the inputs we must work toward that it is inputs that are actually meaningful. So we need to tackle the issue of nominee arrangements as we tackle the issue of beneficial ownership. And as I say, the fact I've introduced this new term of a nominator and the nominee. And the new recommendation 24 says the country has 3 options. 3 options of how to deal with it. The last option is the kill option that says it's outlawed. You will not have nominee shareholders and you will not have nominee directors. That's a very drastic step. To do that, you need a lot of enforcement powers and analytical capability to police it. The other 2 options says the company's registry must reflect whenever somebody acts as a nominee. Because there is a real owner, that's the nominator, that is putting some natural person to be the record name for the real interest. And that's irrespective of whether that nominator owns the controlling or is influential. It's just the ordinary shareholder who doesn't want to have his or her particulars disclosed on a registry. So it's those sort of issues where we believe consultation must happen because we need not to be tackling just the issue of beneficial ownership. We also need to listen to what the FATF has said and come to an arrangement where legally, if we're going to have nominee directors and if we're going to have nominee shareholders, both of those entities needs to be disclosed. The nominee must be disclosed. There needs to be a positive obligation on the nominee to disclose the fact that I am a nominee. And my nominator is Mr. X or Miss X or Miss Y. Both those entities must be reflected in the share register of the company itself. Now you can imagine that's going to cause a lot of consternation amongst all our corporate lawyers and all the advisors, because that's how they make their money. They make their money through putting in place all these steps. So expect a big pushback. And that's just one dimension. And we're not even here talking about beneficial ownership. We're talking about the credibility of our existing database. So once you have solved that problem, so we now say, okay, we've solved the nominee issue. All nominees in South Africa going forward will be disclosed, and then we say, out of all the now clean record of natural persons, who of them individually or collectively own or control? And that's when the beneficial ownership issue arises. So the nominator is not necessarily the beneficial owner, and we need to understand and really unpack the new FATF methodology, which means banks, accountable institutions, civil society, investigative journalists, the general public, and government needs to sit and work out the most appropriate regime to ensure that our base data is clean and is reflective of the true person that has the interest in the share in order to be registered in the company's registry. Now that raises another issue, and I'm talking a lot because I want this to be fully understood, because the question is a very complex question to answer. The second set of issues are that there needs to then be a positive obligation, another law or requirement that says every company in South Africa going forward would have to keep 2 types of registers. It would have to keep a register of its shareholders as it reflects publicly. Then it needs to either in a separate register reflect the nominee registries, or which of those are nominees. And then there's another register when we get there, which is the beneficial ownership registry that says these are the actual controllers of the entity. Now you can imagine, to put this in place, and why do we need to put it in place? Because as was mentioned by CIPC, CIPC is not going to enter this information. We would want a system where the company itself enters the information and we then verify. But it means the company would have serious new obligations to do the right thing and to disclose the right natural persons in 3 sets of scenarios. So yes, Marguerite, there is tremendous room for consultation. We just need to phase it in, and we will shortly will be calling for such discussions so we clearly understand what we're asking for when we want to build this. It's not just a simple issue as everybody around the table says, I want access. We must understand the complexity. And we haven't even moved yet into the issue of ensuring that our law enforcement colleagues must be given at least 3 to 5 days. That must be the service agreement. An MOU is one thing, but an MOU that is lived and is executed upon, that if an investigating officer makes a request, within 5 business days, they should have that information, at the very least. But that's not happening. That's what the assessor said is not happening. So we are pleased that CIP is looking at it, but we need to be looking at ensuring access. When access matters, the competent authorities must get access. And that's another round of consultation, because here again, we are now talking about speed of access and efficiency of access. And there again, depending on what the regime says at the end of the day, is this going to be an open registry or a closed registry? Those issues about access beyond law enforcement to the general public, and if so, on what basis? Is it going to be full access, or you're only going to see certain information? All of those issues would become issues for consultation. So I'm sorry if I've spent a long time, and I don't want to lecture, but it's important that we educate people. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Christopher. We also received a question from Jaco Olofsen. Thank you for the informative presentations, presenters. Will there be a formal structured process for civil society to engage the IDC with regards to the risk assessment? My answer is yes, yes, and yes. Jaco and everyone online and in the meeting physically, I would like to encourage you to please forward us case studies that will supplement our understanding of risk. If you have trends, typologies, red flags that you can assist the FIC with, the idea is just in addition to what Christopher said, from a national risk assessment perspective, we are going to host a series of webinars to include and invite members from private sector and civil society as well to weigh in on our understanding of risk. This is less to do with beneficial ownership only, more with immediate outcome 1 in our mutual evaluation report for a general risk for money laundering, terror financing and proliferation financing, as these are all interlinked issues. And we need to have a universal understanding across the board of risk as a country in order to effectively mitigate against those risks. Would South Africa take consideration of nominee arrangements required that the current FIC definition is amended accordingly? Question from Nomaji Nyati to everyone. Do you foresee a scenario where we distinguish between ultimate beneficial ownership and nominee beneficial ownership? I think Christopher addressed that to some extent. I don't know if we will have time to respond to that in full. Maybe we can take that question and come back.
Well, I can basically answer it very now. If we would ask Advocate Peter Smith, who is our legal drafter and our FATF lead on the issue, who argues our cases before the FATF, we would say that our definition constitutes an ultimate beneficial ownership definition, because the provision in our Act is very clear. It is the ultimate natural person that owns or controls in various ways the affairs of a corporate to which they are related. So it is, the ultimate beneficial ownership is a term of art and practice which the banking sector likes to use. Our definition, as far as we are concerned, gets to the same point of the last human being, that the last warm body that pulls the strings, the last puppet master that pulls the string of the puppet company. Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't given opportunity to the room for any questions yet. I don't see any show of hands. Please, Advocate.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you very much for the quite informative presentation. Mine is, I'm already foreseeing a situation that as law enforcement and other investigative bodies now have to use this information, and it's always beneficial that we consider and try and mitigate these kind of risks even by the time of putting together our minds and establishing whichever information we need. I mean, we are a highly litigious country, both in corporate and even in government, and we've got the POPIA in place, which is being highly utilized. So my question is, has the CIPC consulted with the information regulator so that we factor in those considerations from the beginning so that we pave a way to try and mitigate the litigations that might come thereafter should this information be utilized by investigative bodies and law enforcement? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Christopher said he'll respond to that, and unfortunately that's going to be our last question, otherwise we'll run out of time.
The Madame Cathy has told us 0 minutes left, so we are no different than as you may know, if you watch how the FATF debate on this issue has arisen, we are no different from the EU, where you have the very strong privacy rules. So in the EU, there is a debate, privacy versus FATF recommendations. So there is the serious tension. We would have to, in terms of our own domestic legislation, unpack a similar type of tension resolution process where we can ensure that the data that we're going to collect and make accessible is data that's going to serve the country's best interests. And we heard General Abeya's concerns about how do we ensure that we have all the safeguards in place, which is critical. The CIPC and as part of the IDC BOT, so we would like to see this, because we are an intergovernmental body charged by Cabinet and endorsed by the National Treasury, report into them as to progress. We will, as an IDC BOT, meet with the information regulator to start the discussion to iron out the complexity. And yes, I know certain colleagues in civil society yesterday mentioned, but it's an easy thing, there are exemptions. It's not so simple when you talk nitty-gritty, and you need a harmonized approach that takes into account the criminal justice fighting ends of the country vis-a-vis privacy, and ensuring that we do not unnecessarily expose our natural persons and corporates to unwanted criminal attention. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues in the room and online. Without extending that and cutting too much into our tea time, I would just like to thank all the participants. Thank you for your questions and thank you for your responses. You're welcome to submit any further questions to us. And with that, back to Cathy.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we're going to take a quick tea break. Since we have eaten a little bit into our time, I'm going to be a very hard taskmaster. We have to finish early today. So 10 minutes, 11 exactly on my watch. We will be back at 11 o'clock, and we'll have a session followed by, led by Karabo. So enjoy your tea. For those in the virtual room, enjoy your body break, and we'll see you at 11 o'clock. Thanks. Well done.
Hi, Karabo.
Hello, Lee. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Lee.
This is Sam, Karabo.
Yeah, there's a little bit of music. It's a tea break right now, but I can hear you very clearly, so.
All right, thank you.
Can
you hear me as well?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I said, can you hear me as well? This is Lee.
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Crystal clear.
Great.
Yes.
The PowerPoint that you just said, it's only one, right?
No, so it's this brief one at the very start. You can, the landing page can be where it says open ownership.
Okay. So I'm going to start with that and then I just download it now.
Yes.
And I'm going to just share it, right?
Yes. You will share it, and then so I've got a presentation.
And then you can just
Click will be great. And then Washington has got a presentation.
He's going to share from his side.
He'll share from his side.
Okay.
Lee, you don't have a PowerPoint, that's correct.
No, I have a PowerPoint. I'll share my own.
Okay, he'll share.
Sam?
Sam doesn't. So you'll give me a clicker. And Lee, can you see us?
Yeah, I can see you fine.
Okay. Hello.
Can I just press a button? Cool, I'll do that. Right, so we're going to move into our next session, which is going to be a little longer than scheduled on your program. It's basically from 11 to 12:15, and we're basically looking at the principles and practices for beneficial ownership implementation. I'm going to hand over to Karabo Rajuli, who's actually the program director of Open Ownership on Beneficial Ownership. And over to you, Karabo. You've got your speakers online. I will also keep an eye out for questions that are coming up. So in our virtual room, can you please post your questions in as the conversation happens so that we don't lose track of it? And you will notice that I've also posted the hashtags for the conference in the chat. If you can please use those as well. Okay, thanks. Over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Kathy, and good morning, colleagues. So this is a very practical session, which is case studies from other jurisdictions who have been implementing beneficial ownership reforms, and to really hear from how colleagues have approached it, and to really derive any questions or lessons from these other jurisdictions. We'll be joined from colleagues from 4 countries who have implemented, from Ghana, the UK, Botswana, as well as Kenya. To kick us off,
Just a quick one. That thing that you sent me, if you could check that's the only presentation. I think the actual presentation.
It's fine. All right. So to quickly kick us off, so Open Ownership is providing technical assistance in over 40 countries globally, and we've developed various tools and guidances to undertake this work, and that's based on our learnings across the 5 years that we've been doing this work. And there's a few things that we've tried to really think about how to map out what an implementation process looks like. And so just to quickly, do I have clicking rights on this yet? No? Okay, colleagues, let's leave the slides to get on with the session. Okay, so, right. Okay, so I think we've heard many times over the course of the last 2 days that implementing beneficial ownership is a complex task. And sometimes the best way to make a start of it or to continue walking the journey of implementation is to think of it like an elephant, and the only way that you can really eat an elephant is bite by bite. And so what we try and do in our work is try and really dissect what the process looks like into manageable steps and processes for implementation. A key resource that we've developed over the last few years is something called our Beneficial Ownership Implementation Guide, and that maps out what an implementation journey looks like in jurisdictions. So really thinking about the process of committing to the beneficial ownership reforms, to the process of designing the legal frameworks or the policy guidance around this, thinking about the actual work of building a beneficial ownership register, what type of data is collected and how it's collected in a way that's ultimately going to ensure that it's usable, and then thinking through things such as layered access, so who will be provided unfettered access to the BO data versus a lesser degree of access for more public users, and then thinking about how that data is ultimately published. We are doing a new area of work which is looking at supporting the use of beneficial ownership data, and that has been started working with journalists as well as members of the public, and that's growing to supporting internal government users with how to actually use beneficial ownership data in practice. But today it's not about listening to open ownership, it's about listening to the experts from various jurisdictions. So I'm pleased to be joined by various colleagues today. On stage with me is Joyce, who I'll introduce shortly, but we are first going to start off by hearing from Ghana. Is Sam on the call?
Yes.
Sam, if you can hear.
Good morning.
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Sam, it's good to have you this morning. We've worked with Sam for some time now. To quickly introduce Sam, he's based in Accra. Samuel Beko is an economist and a governance analyst with excellent expertise in internal natural resource governance, public policy, as well as the design of sector policy and regulations, and looks at issues around beneficial ownership transparency, corruption, and contract transparency. Over the last 9 years, Samuel has applied his expertise to the extractive sector, private business environment, climate change, as well as agricultural sector developments in Ghana, Guyana, Nigeria, Tanzania, Zambia, as well as Uganda. He's worked on extensive regional as well as global projects and has provided technical analysis and strategic advisory services, as well as legislative reviews and capacity building, both for the public sector as well as the private sector. We've worked quite closely with Sam over the last few years in the development of the Ghana Beneficial Ownership Register. So to kick us off, Sam, could you give us a quick overview of where Ghana is with regard to implementation? And if you're talking, Sam, we can't hear you yet.
Yes, I have just unmuted.
Excellent. Thanks, Sam.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. And I am quite excited to be on this platform to share once again experiences that we've had from Ghana. Currently, I would say quickly, just straight to the point, Ghana started the journey since 2015. As we speak now, Ghana has an active legislation for beneficial ownership, and it is an economy-wide legislation, all sectors. We currently have a register in place, an online register in place, whereby data is collected manually, but transferred into this online register. The publication of beneficial ownership information is also based on a fee of, I think, less than $5. You get access to it. All the information, we are still fighting to make it very free, as per the EITI requirement. So, Karabo, I don't know how much time I have for the introduction section, but you can let me know so that if I have to continue, I'll do that.
If you could keep it to about 3 minutes, sir.
All right, thank you. So where we are now, we started the journey in 2015. One of the key lessons that when I started working in collaboration with colleagues, one of the things that I was very particular about is who are we going to ensure that they become the main collector of beneficial ownership information. Ghana, we had suggested to the policymakers that we wanted economy-wide because sector-specific, because of the inter alia, the connections between various sectors. If you do sector-specific, like if you just do only extractives, it makes it difficult. At some point, you may have a company that may not only be in extractive, but in other areas, and then you wouldn't have a full beneficial ownership disclosure by that particular company. So we knew what we wanted. The key thing that I would say is, first of all, is getting whichever agency in Ghana, it is the business registry, as many countries would know, or company house, making sure whoever is there, the senior level, understands what beneficial ownership is and the requirement of a beneficial ownership. And I think that is one of the lessons that had helped Ghana to kind of get to where we are now. The reform was quite swift and smooth, despite some hitches. So once we got the Registrar General to understand what beneficial ownership is and what the requirement is, because over the years, the Financial Action Task Force through the Financial Intelligence Center had been trying to let her know that this is a requirement, but she didn't understand. So first of all, get the policymakers to understand, get them to understand that beneficial ownership is not just an anti-corruption tool, it's also a business development tool. Let them understand that and how that can support business registration and enhance overall transparency in doing business in that particular country. We kind of, have gone through. First, we also leveraged on international protocols, and that really helped, because when it came to our commitment at the EITI and commitment at OGP and the London Anti-Corruption Summit, we made sure we kind of culminated all of that. We brought all of that together and made sure we let our president know these are international commitments that you cannot do away with that. So if you're a country and you are yet to enter into this, leverage on these international commitments. We got the World Bank and the IMF to also ensure that these were part of discussions that they had with government. Anytime they had discussions with government, they kind of reminded the government about the fact that they have these protocols, international obligations to adhere to. So that really, really helped. Currently, we passed, initially in 2016, we passed an amendment to the Companies Act, which was a bit defected in terms of the beneficial ownership provisions. But in 2019, we had a full-blown new law for the Companies Act. And as we speak, based on assessment through the Open Ownership and EITI, we can say that Ghana's beneficial ownership register or the central register, I think, almost tick all the boxes when it comes to best practice. We still have issues when it comes to verification that we want to make sure we will solve that as well. But this is what I can say for now, so that in subsequent conversations, I can bring in more.
Thanks so much, Sam. And just to tuck into the nitty-gritty before I go to our next speaker, in Ghana, you've done some thinking about applying a risk-based approach to determining the thresholds for disclosure. And you've also included politically exposed persons within your registry as well. Could you talk through the decisions, policy decision process to arriving at that?
All right, thank you. In the development of the practice, administrative guidelines, regulations, there was a need for us to support the government to make sure certain key decisions are made. Some of the support came through the EIT International Secretariat, others came through DFID, now FCDO. And I had always been with them as consultant to these donors. So yes, every decision we made sure were made by evidence-based. So when we started with thresholds, we provided them, we researched through and provided them with some information on, look, if an individual who is a beneficial owner can control a company, that person has to have some majority shareholdings, which is, ownership terms, not control or influence. And in setting up the threshold, we adopted the national risk assessment usually conducted by the Financial Action Task Force or the FATF, under the FATF recommendations by GIABA. And what we did was we said, this national risk assessment helps to give you the high risk and high vulnerable sectors. And therefore, in adopting a threshold for which sectors and what information you require, it is important for you to consider this. So that's the basis. So as we speak, Ghana has a high risk sector threshold and then the non-high risk sector threshold. The high risk including, and it was based on evidence, what we have seen over the years, including extractives, including insurance, banking, including car dealership, and other sectors as well, which are all under high risk. With regards to politically exposed persons, what we had done was, over the years, all the corruption case studies that involved politically exposed persons were persons in domestic politically exposed persons. They were the main, I would say, conduit for corruption. And these were based on corruption risk analysis that had happened even in the country. And we noticed that if we were to put any threshold on politically exposed person, we will not be able to achieve our aim when it comes to using beneficial ownership as a tool to fight corruption. Therefore, politically exposed persons for domestic PEP was zero, threshold was zero. But for foreign PEP, we set the threshold to be 5% for foreign PEP, so that for them, we know that they would need that connection. And therefore, we'll be able to capture, if there was any potential information that we need, we'll be able to capture for all local PEPs and then their connections with the foreign PEP. So I would say, in terms of deciding the threshold, it is important to let all stakeholders understand what the basis of this is, and let them have some evidence to support any decision or choice that they make when it comes to the threshold.
Thank you so much for that, Sam. I've got a few more questions, but I'm going to turn now to Joyce from the Kenyan Registrar of Companies. So just a quick introduction of who Joyce is. Joyce is the Registrar of Companies in Kenya, and her mandate is to oversee the overall coordination and the management of the Companies Registry at the service in line with the Companies Act of 2015. She is an advocate of the High Court in Kenya with over 8 years' experience. She holds a Bachelor of Law degree from the University of Nairobi, the excellent one, and is a certified public secretary. She's currently undertaking her master's degree in arts at the University of Nairobi as well. So Joyce, I'm going to ask you some specific questions, but before I do so, could you just give us a quick overview of where Kenya is when it comes to BO implementation?
Thank you, Karabo, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here so that I can share the Kenyan implementation journey. I would say our journey did begin in the year 2017, and this came about as a result of commitments which were made by the Attorney General in 2016 in the London Anti-Corruption Summit, where he did make commitments which are in line with the FATF recommendations in terms of fostering transparency in terms of legal arrangements. And so in the year 2017, we made our attempt in amending the Companies Act of 2015 to introduce the concept of beneficial ownership. There was a further amendment in the year 2019 to bring clarity to this concept. And what we did in this amendment, one, it was to place an obligation on companies to keep a register of beneficial owners. Further, we prescribed the information which would be collected, and this information is contained in the regulations. Further, we placed a requirement on companies to prepare a register of beneficial owners and submit the same to the registrar within 30 days of preparation. Where there are amendments to the register, then every company would be required to submit this information with the registrar within 14 days, with the exception of public listed companies. Of course, there was the creation of an offense where there is non-compliance and a continuing offense upon conviction for further non-compliance. compliance. In 2020, we gazetted the regulations which were giving effect to the provision in Section 93A, and there is quite a bit of information contained in the regulations. Of course, there is the definition of who a beneficial owner is. There is the criteria which was set out in terms of how do you identify a beneficial owner. And then the other thing which the regulations did was to outline the steps which a company would be required to undertake in terms of being able to identify a beneficial owner. Lastly, these regulations stipulated that our BO register would be a closed register. This information would only be available to competent authorities, of which the regulations defined who the competent authorities would be. So once this was done in 2020, in October 2020, we operationalized our beneficial ownership e-register. And we took a phased approach where we started with our private companies. And what we did was, of course, as I indicated, the information to be collected is already outlined in the regulations. So we operationalized the beneficial ownership e-register, and purposes of ensuring we're able to verify this information, we integrated with the Kenya Revenue Authority to ensure that the PIN information is verified. We also integrated with integrated population registration system, that PRS, for purposes of validating personal identifier information. From this point, we started collecting our BOE register, and at present, for the total number of registered companies, which stands at almost 650,000, we have a 48% level of compliance in terms of private companies. And of course, we have activities geared towards public awareness, issuance of compliance notices to ensure that the uptake would increase. Yes, I would pause at that point.
Thank you so much, Joyce. On the question of compliance, I know there's been a journey with the BRS has walked to try and up compliance over the last few years. How are you applying sanctions as a means to ensure compliance? And then linked to that, the flip side of it, how are you ensuring that companies don't see this as an additional administrative burden to comply with the requirements under the law?
So on the question of the additional burden being placed on companies, what I would want to say is that the journey towards implementation was characterized by a lot of stakeholder engagement. There was close collaboration and engagement with our stakeholders, particularly practitioners. These would be advocates, the Law Society of Kenya. We engaged so much with the Institute of Certified Secretaries, and the reason for this was to ensure that there is buy-in for them to be able to appreciate where we're coming from. And the moment there is buy-in, then they become our ambassadors in encouraging their clients to be able to comply with these requirements and provisions to make the service. So submitting a copy of beneficial owners register and not need to pay any statutory fees. So you find that, of course, these are some of the things which are making entities not find this additional being placed on them. And of course, this is an e-register. The other thing we did is the ability to understand what exactly is expected of them. So we developed guideline with a system user manual, which would enable them to understand the compliance obligations placed on them. Collaborations I've indicated with the practitioners. We've also done a lot of capacity building exercises where we would engage our staff, where people are experiencing challenges, then we are able to address them. And of course, there's been a bit of system enhancement to ensure that our system is responsive to the issues which are being outlined as challenges by our stakeholders. Karabu, I could have missed first.
On the use of sanctions and enforcement as a means to compliance, and what your experience has been on using those powers that the registry has.
Okay. So as indicated, our section 93A creates an offense where there is non-compliance. And as I've indicated, the we've made. We are at 48% in terms of the level of compliance. We are yet to implement our BOE register for companies limited by guarantee and for public listed companies. These are some of the activities which would be undertaken this year. The reason why we've not started enforcement is because we're trying to ensure that there is a buy-in. And the other reason is because submission of beneficial ownership information came at a point where business registration service was undertaking automation of our services. So there is an ongoing project of transitioning entities which were registered in the manual platform to the e-platform. And it's dependent on your ability to have transition for you to submit beneficial ownership information. There is data cleanup exercise which is happening, so that it's a process which entails a lot of back forth between the company registry and business entities, so that starting to impose sanctions on these companies would not be very appropriate considering the kind of activities we are undertaking as far as data cleanup is concerned. So at this point what we are doing is more or less to encourage compliance, but certainly once all systems are up and running and we've done everything to ensure that they are in a position to comply, then certainly would be exploring enforcing some of the sanctions which are outlined in the Companies Act.
Thanks, Joyce. And just a reminder to online colleagues to please post any questions they have in the chat, and colleagues here can start noting down their questions to ask a bit later. One last one for you, Joyce, before I go to Lee Robbins. So Kenya has been doing work to think about how to integrate the data from the BRS with data held by the Public Procurement Authority. Could you talk us through what that process has entailed and how that data sharing arrangement is going to be facilitated from a technology perspective?
If I heard you right, you're talking about public procurement.
Correct, yes.
Yes. One of the recent amendments that we've done to our regulations, as recent as January 2022, was to make beneficial ownership information for entities which are involved in public procurement, the same to be public information which would be published by the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority. So following this amendment which happened in January, what we are currently doing is to enhance the API that we have with PPRA. At present, what's happening is PPRA is able to mine ownership information of entities from the BRS system. This enables them to get timely information from us as far as legal ownership information is concerned. So currently what's happening is the enhancement of the API to enable them to also be able to mine beneficial ownership information.
And just one last question. How is that then squared up with the BRS register being a closed register versus publishing BO data and procurement processes publicly?
Come again?
Given that the BRS register is a closed one, only available to competent authorities, how has that squared up with the need to balance privacy with publishing BO data and procurement processes publicly?
So as indicated, the amendment to the regulations, it facilitates the ability for this information to be published. But of course, even as this information is being published, there is the need to ensure that we do this in compliance with the Data Protection Act, to ensure that personal identifier information is on the website, but beneficial ownership information in terms of some of the basic information, the name, the nationality, the occupation, the postal address is made public.
All right. Thank you so much, Joyce. I'm now going to bring in Lee Robbins from Companies House in the UK. Just quickly about Lee Robbins. So Lee Robbins is the Senior Manager for Intelligence and Enforcement at Companies House and a chartered manager and a career civil servant with over 30 years experience in Companies House. In January 2016, Lee worked with the People of Significant Control, the PSC legislation, setting up and leading Companies House in compliance efforts. In 2018, he was heavily involved in the UK's successful FATF assessment in the 2019-2020 process, and he led the Companies House elements of the 5 MLD transposition concerning the discrepancy reporting. In his current role, he is now working hard to prepare for the challenge that will come with the biggest changes to the Companies House since 1844. So we're very excited about the biggest changes since 1844. Lee, can you hear us?
Yes, good morning everyone.
Excellent. Excellent. Lee, do you want to go ahead? Otherwise, I do have a few questions for you.
Have my slides come up on the screen, Carabao?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Yeah. Lee, could you just quickly, for colleagues in the room, give us a quick sense of where the UK is with regard to implementation, and then I'll go into the few questions that I have for you.
Okay, yeah, just to give a bit of context then. In the UK last year, there were 10 billion searches on our information at Companies House. We've got more than 4.5 million companies on our register, with almost 6 million people with significant control or beneficial owners. Last year, we incorporated over 800,000 companies and dissolved almost 450,000 companies. And just last month, there were 640,000 searches on beneficial owner information just in that 1 month. So it's really important to us that that information is accessible. It's used a lot. It's heavily scrutinized, and it is important. The story in the UK goes back to 2013. G8 summit meant that the UK Prime Minister at the time, David Cameron, gave commitments to shine a light into a dark corner and to identify who was pulling the strings behind all companies. Some work continued then, and in 2016, the UK launched the first public beneficial ownership register in the world. It was very important to us that we made it entirely public right from the very beginning. There were some initial reservations, but we've found that that's been a really, really sort of successful approach. In 2017, when the fourth money laundering directive was transposed into the UK, we updated the regulations so that we removed the 12-month transition that we had in the very first year, so that event-driven filings were able to be made, and companies then had a legal responsibility to tell us within 14 days of changes to their PSC or beneficial ownership information. In 2018, we had a really good FATF assessment. I was fortunate enough to be involved in the beneficial ownership element, immediate outcome 5, IO5, and we had some really, really positive comments from the international assessors. However, not everything was perfect, and one of the key recommendations that came from the mutual evaluation report for the UK in terms of beneficial ownership information was the lack of verification. This then led us to set up discrepancy reporting, so that obliged entities in the UK, in the banking sector and in other anti-money laundering regulated firms, as part of their onboarding from January 2020 in the UK, they have needed to use the information on our register as part of their onboarding process. And if they've seen any discrepancy, they've been under a legal requirement to report that to Companies House. So while that isn't quite as good as us verifying the information in the first place, it has been quite effective in identifying where there have been some integrity issues in terms of the PSE data. And then finally, in terms of the story in the UK so far, we've very recently implemented the Economic Crime Act, which is introducing the register of overseas entities. So this is going to be any overseas companies, as far as the UK is concerned, who own property or land in the UK will have to register their beneficial ownership information at Companies House. Just a few more points. In the UK, it's pretty much been set as all entities that have legal personality. So all companies pretty much on our register, that that over 4.5 million companies have to file PSE information. There are a few other entities on our register that don't have legal personality, but it isn't very many. There are some exemptions. So if there is a large public listed company who are already providing beneficial ownership information in the public domain, then they can claim an exemption to say that they don't need to file it with Companies House as well, because it would be duplication of effort. In terms of how they get that information, so the onus is on the companies to do the information gathering to identify who their PSE is. They have some powers within the Companies Act in the UK to allow them to obtain that information. In terms of balancing the level of disclosure, there is also an ability in the UK to apply for protection, to have your details withheld from the public register if you are a person with significant control. But you do have to meet a threat assessment, so you would have to apply and provide lots of evidence. And if you can demonstrate that you are at risk of harm or intimidation, and it's linked to the activities of the company, then it may be appropriate for you to have your details protected. In the big scheme of things, there aren't that many people who apply for this protection or are successful, but it is there to people if they think it's necessary. There were a number of criminal offences that were introduced when the legislation came in the UK, and we have been carrying out regular prosecutions in the last 4 or 5 years in the UK. So we've prosecuted, or there's been between 400 and 500 successful prosecutions, I think, in the last 4 years. In terms of who is a PSE in the UK or a beneficial owner, it's very simply anybody that meets any of these conditions. So for us, the threshold in the UK is more than 25% of the shares or more than 25% of the voting rights, along with those other conditions of having the right to appoint or remove the majority of the directors, or a bit of a catch-all if they are actually exercising significant influence and control in some other way. And we provide lots of detailed guidance online to sort of explain that. And then the fifth one, which is more of a niche category, is where any of those things apply, but it's indirectly through a firm or a trust. And in those situations, you could still qualify to be a PSE in the UK. Just got one or two more slides, nearly finished. We do work closely with the private and public sector in the UK. Civil society have been a real good partner for Companies House in the last few years. And the fact that we are able to make all of this information available to them so that they can access it through an API and carry out data dives and run that information against other data sources and identify interesting patterns or suspicious patterns, and then highlight them and point them out to us, is something that we find sort of really, really beneficial. We're also members of something called JMLIT, which is the Joint Money Laundering Intelligence Task Force. This is something that's a law enforcement-led initiative in the UK, but you also have the banks and other private sector partners involved in that. And that's something the Companies House has been pleased to be involved in. When the PSE legislation was introduced back in 2016, we were probably supporting somewhere in the region of about 20 to 30 sort of law enforcement investigations per month. Last year, we supported over 9,000. Now, these are all reactive, and it's law enforcement coming to us and making a request for for information to assist them. one of the things moving forward is that we're really, really keen to be able to proactively do this, but we need to change our powers to allow us to do it. I've already mentioned prosecutions. In terms of compliance with the PSC responsibilities to file information, our compliance rate is currently 99.8% of the register have filed some sort of PSC information. And then my very last slide was just to flag up that, as Cara both mentioned at the beginning, we are getting ready for some of the biggest changes to affect us in Companies House in the UK in our history. And these are some of the key points. We're looking to introduce identity verification for directors and PSCs and presenters. We're looking to have some new querying powers where pre-registration or post-registration we can query information, which will have some sanctions attached to it as well. Also, a really big one for me is the fact that we will be able to more readily identify suspicious activity ourselves in a proactive way and share it with the appropriate partner. So they are some of the sort of the exciting things that are happening in the UK. That's the end for now.
That's brilliantly. Thank you so much for that. I'm sure there's many questions that are going to be coming through. Just one very particular question. You've got a really high compliance rate of, I think you said 99%. And one of the live discussions when it comes to BO implementation is on, one, the ease of doing business, but the impact of disclosure requirements on small and medium-sized enterprises. What has been the experience in the UK with engaging these particular business entities, both in terms of compliance, but also as data users?
Yeah, so some of our economists have done some work to see what the cost of business is, and so there are some documents that are available which identifies it, and it's I think the results have come out that the cost of business is sort of negligible, so it hasn't been too much of a burden. So that, as I said, was a concern, but that hasn't sort of been proved. I suppose the other part of the, success story of the high compliance rate is that for the very first year, I did briefly mention that we associated or we linked the requirement to update the beneficial ownership information with the annual filing that the companies would normally file. So throughout the cycle of the very first year that we brought this in, we were expected to have that information as part of that. We didn't get to 100% or 99% even in the first year, but we did get to somewhere in the regions of about 80%, which then put us in a position where we could do some more pursuit action, partly pointing out the legal requirements and the potential consequences, but also from a raising of awareness and education and so on. So it did take a few years. But I think once we had done that approach towards the end of the second year, that was when we then bedded in a prosecution process, so that for any cases where we exhausted our compliance pursuit, we were able to sort of escalate those cases for a criminal prosecution.
Thank you so much for that, Lee. Please keep on typing your questions into the chat. There'll be an opportunity for questions and answers shortly. I'm now going to call on our last speaker from Botswana. That's Washington Bale, if he's online. If he's not online yet, maybe we can do a first round of questions and then come back to him. Right, I suggest.
Yeah. Morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ntatapal.
There's a bit of background noise. I don't know whether it would mean I have to log in again, or is it okay on your side?
Yeah, it's crystal clear on our side, so you can definitely proceed. There's no interference on our side. Thank you so much, Ntatapal. I don't have your full bio, but just to say, you are the Compliance and Enforcement Manager of the Companies and Intellectual Property Authority in Botswana. I know that you've got a prepared presentation that you're going to give to us, so I will hand over the virtual mic to you to share your virtual presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Or if you'd like us to share from our side, let me know.
Can you kindly share? Because I'm having
Okay.
a problem on this side. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. I will need to send it through to the team who can share on your behalf. So in the meantime, let's have a first round of questions. Kathy, I can't see the questions that are coming through from the online chat, so if you're able to assist with that.
There's a question for Lee. It says the UK regime only requires beneficial ownership to be disclosed in bands, so it's got 25 to 50%, 50% to 75%. Has there been any discussion about moving to collecting and disclosing actual holdings? And then the second part of that question from Tim also says, also for Lee, says, are there any plans for the UK register to disclose the holding structures between the company and the beneficial owner? So that's the only question that's on the chat. Lee?
Yeah, thanks. So in terms of the holding structure question first, I think it is possible to identify that, but it isn't as straightforward and as intuitive as it could be. So I think there is some discussion in terms of improving the searchability of that type of structure, so that you can sort of follow the links through. So at the moment, if you go on to the Companies House sort of public register and identify who the PSE is, particularly if it is another limited company that qualifies as a relevant legal entity, you then have to separately do a search on that to sort of find the information. So there is some thought being given to improving the usability of that data. We did introduce an advanced search feature earlier this year, which has helped to some extent, but there's some more work that can definitely be done to improve the searchability of our PSE register. Sorry, what was the first part of the question?
Give me a seckie. Sorry, I just... Sorry, I'm in the wrong sort of like section. I'm on my phone. Don't you want to just pull it up again? So it was about the thresholds.
Oh yeah, that's right, yes.
Yeah,
currently it is more than 25%. This is a question that gets raised a lot when we talk to colleagues from other registries around the world, because lots of other countries have got different thoughts on the level. The most recent information I've had from colleagues from days who are the department within the UK that look after the legislation is such that they are content with that level of more than 25%, and also with the approach of having the different sort of categories where we know that you've got more than 25% but less than 50%. So yeah, we've had quite a lot of positive feedback in terms of the way we structure it, and I think it is important to have that structured data so that it is easy to sort of make comparisons. So yeah, I don't think there are any plans in the UK to alter the way that we're capturing the levels.
Great. And then I see David Lewis has got a question, and then we'll hand over back to Gravel.
Thanks, Kathy. I think that Lee may have answered this question, and it refers to the question of control in the Competition Act, South African Competition Act, and I think most competition legislation. The interest is not in ownership as much as it is in control, and there can be control with very little or no ownership. And so the most common cases are, for example, where a retail company has a bunch of exclusive suppliers and it purchases the entire output of the retail company, of the supplier. It effectively has control over the company, and that needn't only refer to a bunch of small companies. I mean, we have a famous case in this country where a company as large and aggressive as Glencore was forced to sell its coal mines to, at that stage, one of the Gupta-owned companies, because its sole customer, Eskom, basically suggested that it did sell it. And how is that assessed? I mean, I notice in the British case there is a catch-all provision for that. And is there any guidance given as to when control is affected without ownership or without 25% ownership? I mean, another big example is when one company holds a very large proportion of the debt of another company. It, again, doesn't need to own shares in order to control the company.
Yeah, just to come back briefly on that point, David. Yeah, you're absolutely right. In the UK, the fourth condition is a little bit of a catch-all, that if the ownership criteria doesn't really apply, then if anybody is exerting significant influence and control directly or indirectly, then they also qualify to be a PSC in the UK. And usually when the legislation came in, we also drafted some statutory guidance to provide some extra information around what the meaning was behind this, which was debated in Parliament, which is really rare for guidance. So we do have some statutory guidance in the UK that I can certainly share links to, which does give some really good information in terms of what is considered as significant influence and control, and equally what doesn't come up with as significant influence and control. So I think that would possibly be helpful.
Great. Over to you, Karabo.
Thank you so much for those questions. Colleagues, I think we can now go back to Washington Pila's presentation, if that could now be projected, and then we can go straight into that.
Are you able to see my screen?
We are sharing the presentation on your behalf.
Okay. Thanks very much. As it has been said, my name is Washington Pale. I work for the company's intellectual property authority as a compliance and enforcement manager. I've been with the organization since 2008. I hold a Bachelor of Administration, majoring in Economics and Public Administration. I also hold Masters of Intellectual Property, just in short. I just want to get into the presentation itself to share our journey through the BO register in Botswana. So I'll start from slide 4, just in the interest of time. So what I can say is that our BO register is built within the online system that we call online business registration system. So in other words, we don't have a separate register for BO information. So as we capture the company, the basic company information, then we also capture the beneficial ownership information. So the system was built through the assistance of New Zealand, and the customers themselves or our clients are able to apply for the registration of the company online, including the provision of the BO information or any other changes related to that. And the most other important thing is that the online business registration system, it allows for the verification of the IDs, the identity documents. So when you apply or when you register a company your identity details will be verified directly with our National Identity Office. That is the Omang office. And then the other thing, when changes are made in the system, be it for the basic information or the BO information, the SMSs and also the emails will be sent to the rest of the people who have an interest in the company, be it directors and the shareholders, just to notify them that there are changes that are happening within the company itself. And then to the next slide. And then our journey began in 2018 when we introduced the concept of BO information into our act. And then we also had penalties for failure to provide updated BO information. At this point in time, this is the time in which we also introduced what we call the Companies Re-Registration Act. And the aim of bringing that was to compel all existing companies then, which didn't have BO information, to provide such information with us. And they were given a chance since June 2019 until December 2020. So we gave them a 1-year period with a possibility of an extension for them to provide the BO information. So as we speak now, all the companies that are in our register, in the company's register, they have the BO information. And then approximately we have around 129,904, somewhere there, 900 and something companies in our register. So in 2019, like I said, as we continued with our journey, we had to amend the BO information, the BO definition that was contained within the amendment that we made in 2018. And the major issue in there was the advice that we got from the FATF and the ISAMBLAC that our definition was not very clear in terms of the issue of the control. In other words, those people who might not be directors or shareholders in the company, but having control in the company, then we had to amend the definition. And then, even after we had amended the definition, we were still advised that there are still some deficiencies in the definition. And in 2021, we ended up making another amendment to our definition, which is now contained within the Financial Intelligence Act. So what we have done now recently is to ensure that the definition can only be contained within the Overarching Act that deals with the AML-CFT issues, which is the Financial Intelligence Act. So what we have done in the Companies Act, we just cross-referenced the definition to the FI Act. So the new definition that we have, it brings in the issue of control. And perhaps I should have mentioned that this time around when we amended the definition, we sought for advice. And we got advice from the Global Forum. And it's quite an extensive and lengthy one to ensure that it really covers all the requirements of the effective definition of BO information. And then now what we have is that it also introduces the issue of the threshold of BO information, which is 10% with regards to Botswana. And also, maybe it's important for me to mention that, you know, at the beginning when we started to collect the BO information in 2019, we actually collected for every shareholder within the company. In other words, whether you have 1% and so forth shareholding in the company. And then within that shareholding, we requested for the natural person behind the shares themselves. But going forward, With the recent amendment, now we are going to focus more on 10% and above. And then also, the new amendment provides that where it is very hard, to identify the natural person behind, the beneficial owner, then those who are holding managerial positions in the company can be stated there. And it should be people who are knowledgeable in the company itself, and they know the structure, or they're knowledgeable in the structure of the company, such that if there are any investigations or questions in relation to the company, they'll be able to answer that. So this is our recent amendment to the Companies Act. Like I said, the BO definition now is referenced, it's defined under the FI Act. And then it also introduces the provision of verifying BO information. So as it is in Botswana, we register the BO information and the basic information of the companies, and the verification would take place thereafter. And what we are going to do, we are going to use already existing information that is in the tax body, that is the Botswana Unified Revenue Services. We are going to use information that is held in the financial institutions, including the banks. Our act has been explicit with that regard, including information that might be in the Botswana Stock Exchange. And then with the new law, our BO information will be made public. Of course, there are challenges with regard to that. I'll talk to them later as I continue with my presentation. And then also another amendment that is there is to say that since our BO information is housed at the registry body, which is SIFA, so we have also given the responsibility to the resident director as well as the company secretaries, to be obligated to provide the BO information to the law enforcement authorities whenever requested. And then also, it brings in the issue of identifying the nominator, where the nominee shareholders within the company. So in Botswana, in our structure, the issue of the nominee, it appears on the issue of shareholders, not necessarily the issue of the directors. And then also, where a beneficial owner has been identified in the company, the nature of association of that person with the company has to be stated. For instance, if that person is a founder of the organization or is a trustee and so forth, it has to be stated such that we are able to understand the relation or the link of that person with the company itself. And then we also introduced what we call administrative penalties. I'll talk more into the administrative penalties when I talk to the challenges as to why they had to be introduced.
Yeah. Dr. Pale, if you could maybe begin to close. We will be able to share the full presentation, but you had some really interesting points about the registration of foreign entities, for example, and then the area around challenges would be good to focus on as we bring it to a close.
Okay, thanks a lot. Our penalties initially in the Companies Act, they were criminal in nature, such that we had to take the companies which don't comply to court, or maybe lodge a case with the police. So we really didn't have the resources. And then also it took a long time when we report to the government. Hence, we came up with an idea to introduce administrative penalties such that we can be in control and be able to levy penalties against non-complying companies. And then the other thing was to ensure that our penalties are now stiff. In other words, they're deterrent enough. So our penalties, they range from 250,000 up to 500,000. So that is how our penalties are. And then the other challenge with regards to making the BO information public, it really relates to the residential information, the address where the natural person resides. So there is a call with regards to that. And currently, as we speak,
Have we lost? Okay. As we bring the session to a close, I want to quickly welcome my colleague Timon, who hopefully is on the line, colleagues, to make a few. So the way that we think about implementation of open ownership is you've got the implementation journey, as well as what we call the open ownership principles, is really think about what good looks like when it comes to implementation. So Timon is our head of research and policy and is responsible for many of our excellent policy publications at open ownership. And Timon, from the presentations that colleagues from the various governments have made, how does that square up with some of the thinking that we've been doing on what good looks like when it comes to BO implementation?
Thank you, Crow. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so just based on what the various speakers have told us, so what strikes me is there are a range of different policy applications of beneficial ownership transparency that have come up. For example, fighting money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, that was mentioned by Joyce, Washington and Lee. Public oversight, for instance, in the ownership of real estate, mentioned by Lee. Data and procurement, as Joyce mentioned, and as Samuel phrased it, as a business development tool. And I think also spotted driving confidence in the economy as a company's house slogan in Lee's Zoom background. And I think that, at Open Ownership, we believe that these aims should be the starting point for designing the reforms. And you should then look at who are going to be the data users to achieve those aims. And is this the government alone as a data user, or are there additional data users? And the answer to these, or considering these questions, should inform a number of design choices. So these sort of design choices we have outlined in our principles for effective disclosure, as Carbo briefly referenced. And there are 9 in total, and almost all of them have come up, but I would just wanted to focus on a few of them. So one is public versus non-public data. We've heard some different approaches. For instance, Joyce mentioned that Kenya will only publish part of the data, the bits related to procurement. However, the UK has shown what impact can be achieved with public data and expanding data use to civil society, investigative journalists, but also to the private sector. So countries who have made data public, I think, have demonstrated a clear use case for publishing information beyond accountability and oversight. And as Lee flagged, it is necessary to implement in accordance with local privacy and data protection legislation. And he's also discussed some of the approaches to mitigating the risks that arise from reduced privacy. Then one more aspect that came up, which we see come up in all the countries we work with, is the issue of verification, or the question of verification data quality. So yeah, common challenge in all continents. There are various approaches to verifying beneficial ownership information, and Joyce, Washington, and Lee have all mentioned some of them. But I think it's important to bear in mind that disclosures at the end of the day are claims of ownership in different points in time, and will be unlikely to reach 100% data accuracy or have that be a one-to-one reflection of reality. I think the UK case demonstrates quite clearly that data, even if unverified, can still be usable for certain purposes. However, unverified data does come with certain challenges, and these are challenges the UK is now seeking to address with a new round of reforms. And different verification mechanisms offer different levels of assurance, and some data users are able to add their own levels of assurance. For instance, financial institutions will conduct their own verification checks on the data. Then the final issue that came up that I'd like to discuss is sanctions and enforcement. So yeah, data quality is not just related to verifications. As Lee mentioned, having a legal requirement for updating the data and then subsequent sanctions for non-compliance with enforcement can ensure that data is up to date. Washington was discussing some of the penalties that Botswana have introduced to improve compliance. And Joyce has shed some of the light on some of the considerations around deploying sanctions in a new disclosure regime and potential adverse effects that these may have. So yeah, as a final thought, I think was interesting to see that all countries have used an iterative approach in their implementation journeys, and even the UK, which was one of the first, is now in a new round of reforms. And I think also all countries have demonstrated the importance of involving all stakeholders and potential prospective data users in discussions around implementation. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you so much, Timon. We're going to bring this session to an end, but first I want to ask if there are any final questions from the in-person delegates and from the online delegates. Excellent. So to all of the speakers before we close, the theme of this conference is collective action for beneficial ownership, transparency, implementation. And from all of you, I'd like your very brief comment on how you think a multi-stakeholder approach has assisted in the reforms that have taken place in your various countries. We'll start in the reverse order, so starting with Ndate Pile, going back to Joyce, Lee, and then finally Sam.
Can you repeat the question again?
How has a multi-stakeholder approach supported the BO implementation journey in Botswana?
Okay. Thanks very much. In Botswana, we have what we call a technical committee, which is formed by different government departments, including parastatals. So we've been working together in ensuring that the issue of beneficial ownership is being collected effectively in the country. So we assisted each other in ensuring that the definition of BO information, it really meets the standard. And the financial intelligence department was really quite instrumental with this regard. So that's how we have actually worked together with regards to that issue. And then again, because even though we haven't passed the regulations, now the financial institutions, including other departments, such as the Botswana Unified Revenue Service, have welcomed our new amendments in the Act. And they have supported the initiative to say that whenever we start now to verify the BO information, they are going to avail the information such that we are able to get the correct information of the beneficial owners. Thank you.
So thank you so much for that. The same question to you, Lee.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, and I think our relationship with lots of sort of strategic stakeholders over the lifetime of beneficial ownership registration in the UK has been an evolving one. So while there are many partners that are more obviously come to mind who've had a hand in shaping and influencing the way that things have developed in the UK, particularly at the government departments and law enforcement colleagues and partners, but also a number of colleagues from the private sector and from some transparency groups in the sort of civil society sectors as well. Just to give you a sort of an example, prior to the legislation coming in, the sort of approach, we didn't really sort of have a relationship with civil society groups, particularly, you know, publications would be made and there would be perhaps criticisms of the way that things were being done at Companies House or in terms of the register more generally. What I think we've done by reaching out and working together more closely, groups like the civil society groups have become more critical friends. So they definitely still want to call us out in terms of if there are data issues, and if there are issues on the register, and it's quite right that they should hold us to account for that. But it's a more sort of, it's a better working relationship now, so that we can try and resolve some of these things together rather than perhaps having a battle. And all of these people, I think, are a part of what we call in the UK our sort of data user groups. So we regularly engage with everybody that accesses and has a stake in the data being good for Companies House. And we're really keen to listen to everyone that has a view.
Thank you so much for that, Lee. The same question to you, Joyce.
Thank you, Karabo, for the question. I would say the fight against money laundering and financing of terrorism is not something which one agency can really undertake. There is need for that multi-stakeholder engagement for purposes of being able to address particular menace. In Kenya, under the OGP, we have currently we are developing the National Action Plan 3, and what we're doing is to ensure that there is a multi-agency engagement to ensure that there is a success in terms of the fight against this menace. And you'll find that once the BRS has put in place a register, this is a register which must be used by other agencies to be able to undertake the functions, be it investigations, be it KRA, be it financial reporting center. So what we're doing is to ensure that all of us, we are in a round table and everybody is able to take up their responsibility as far as the entire ecosystem to ensure that we're able to fight this particular menace. Of course, we do engage with our various stakeholders. The development partners have also been very critical in terms of giving us support in the journey towards policy reform and implementation of the BOE register.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Joyce. And Sam, to wrap us off.
Okay, thank you, Karabo. I think let me share one quick lesson, which underscores the need for a multi-stakeholder group to work on beneficial ownership. And this is the lesson which may be applied to other countries I'm working on as well. So FIC had, over the years since 2008 and 2010, been trying to implement beneficial ownership transparency, at least even getting the Registrar General to do it. It took them that long. But when EITI as a multi-stakeholder group came in with the
I think we may have lost Sam, and we are running now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Sam, you've got now 2 minutes left.
Yes, so I just said that FIC had been trying to implement this with the Registrar General here over the years. And when the multi-stakeholder group of EITI came in, it was quite swift because it was a multi-stakeholder group. There were already commitment from government on that particular platform, and the civil society was on top. They were offering not just,
We have lost Sam again. So in the interest of time, Sam, I know your contribution will be excellent, but this is not the last conversation. In the interest of time, we are going to bring this session to a close. So thanks to all the presenters, Sam Bickel, Joyce Lee Robbins, as well as Washington Pale. And thank you for your time and thank you for all the excellent questions. Back to you, Kathy.
Great. So it is 20 past 12, so we'll come back at 10 past 1 for the last session, basically, which will be a facilitated discussion. I'm just going to pull some slides on what's come through and what we've parked. And just sort of I'll do a quick sort of 2 slides on the assessment we did of South Africa last year, which kind of flags us in the dark orange, which we're not surprised. And then I think we'll open up to a discussion, both with the virtual room and the people in the room, on how we actually set an action agenda for implementation. So enjoy your lunch, and then we should finish promptly at 3 o'clock. Great. We'll see you in a little bit, 10 past 1. Is it on? Okay. Can we start? I know we've got people sitting outside. For those that are sitting in our virtual room, welcome. I'm just trying to get access online to my presentation. Who's screen sharing at the moment? It says you cannot start sharing while another participant is sharing. Ah, that's better. Sorry, I've got like 150 things on my screen. Right, so I've just captured a few notes. Yeah, thank you. I've actually captured a few notes. We're going to do a facilitated discussion until about 2:30, and I'd like us to really start to frame an agenda and start thinking about where we're heading around this. And the important thing that I've done is really try and map out what the 2-day journey has actually looked like. So the first day has really been a scene-setting day, and you can actually see that in terms of our scene setting, we started off with DPSA presenting, and also Theo from the Open Government Partnership, really sort of setting the scene for what South Africa is doing and what the international sort of framework or environment really looks like. Then obviously Lieutenant General Lebeya, who actually heads up the anti-corruption task team, actually talked to us a little bit about why beneficial ownership is so important from an ACTT perspective. We then had a panel discussion with representatives from Corruption Watch, from DPSA, General Lebeya was there, from the FIC, etc., World Bank, so leading experts actually telling us a little bit about what is happening in this environment, and then we went into our breakout sessions. And not everybody attended all the other groups, but this morning we actually heard what some of the key gaps are and how we actually can address some of those key gaps, what policies and strategies we'd like to do. That's what we focused on specifically. And then we've moved into sort of the more concrete agenda that we see. So the presentation that Lisa actually did, or the session that she facilitated together with Christopher, really looked at, and we heard some interesting presentations from the CRPC as well, really starts to flesh out what the space actually looks like in South Africa, what the interdepartmental working group is actually working on, their different task teams, what the focal areas are, etc. And then we had a session where we heard about the experiences of Kenya, Botswana, Ghana, the UK, and also what open ownership is really doing from a research and policy perspective to give us a sense of where the technology is moving and how we're addressing some of these things going forward. So that's really been the lay of the land over the last 2 days. So the first 2 days, the first day of the 2 days really is about how we set the scene, and now today has really been about how do we move from commitment into implementation specifically. I hope I can page down here. Doesn't look like it. Great fun. So, great. So in terms of some of the issues that have actually come up for today, the key thing is who should access information? Should we have a public register? What information should be included in the public register? How do we protect personal information of individuals? The next thing which was raised by Tumileng was around access is one thing, but actually collecting the information is much more important. And we've heard that access to real-time and accurate information is way more important. We've also heard about adopting a risk-based approach on beneficial ownership transparency, how flagging companies that are owned by other companies or potentially located in tax haven or secrecy jurisdictions becomes very important. We saw that the ease of doing business is very important. Sanan actually showed us or spoke to us a little bit about how if you reduce the red tape and the burden that you place on businesses by being able to share information across government and share that administrative information in an easy and an accessible way between governments, then all government institutions and between governments across borders, you actually reduce the cost of beneficial ownership transparency and certainly the compliance, and you also improve the quality of information that is available. The key thing is how do we address some of the procurement issues and the information retaining to procurement, the capacity around procurement, etc. So procurement was quite an important issue, and that's particularly important from an anti-corruption perspective, and also how you link it to information around politically exposed persons. And then obviously the importance of capturing the right information and not capturing what you see, the window dressing in the registries. So what Christopher was talking about, nominees and nominators. And he spoke about nominee beneficial ownership. And in our session, he actually called it an oxymoron. And I'm never going to be able to look at nominee like ownership and think of it in anything else but an oxymoron. It is an oxymoron. It's a contradiction of terms, right? We want to know who the ultimate beneficial owner is at the end of the day. Some other issues that have come up is how do we report on the risks, and this was a big thing that Christopher spent quite a bit of time on, and it was very important in our session specifically. How do we actually look at the risks associated with beneficial ownership transparency, particularly if we're looking at procurement and looking at the company's register? We're specifically interested in coming up with something in the next 2 months, and if we can't get it right by then, we've got a second bite of the cherry, which is in October. And Christopher mentioned that we need to think about these risk dimensions specifically. So mention a couple of issues. We need to have a registry in place, or at least a beneficial ownership transparency framework. We need to supplement this with various pieces of information. So how information is gathered by third-party institutions such as banks and actually made available to government so it can be verified. And then from that, actually looking at the risk framework as well. He says we should also think about how we leverage existing structures. We know that CIPC collects all the corporate and cooperative information. He mentioned that we have these secondary registries which refer to the Master's Office, but that those two together form what we consider the primary collector's repository. And then we want to draw on other registries, such as those sitting at social development, around the NPO register, the Deeds Office, the Motor Vehicle Registry, etc. Another thing that came up quite importantly is about legal harmonization of the definitions between different pieces of government legislation. And then the key thing that we were brainstorming with Lisa a little bit about is how do we raise awareness in the space? How do we build capacity in the space? How do we train on beneficial ownership transparency? How do we ensure that there's targeted stakeholder consultation and engagement? And then also, how do we come up with stuff that is agile, innovative, and including, I've spelled terribly, they're rapid prototyping solutions. So I think the idea is that to put a beneficial ownership register the beneficial ownership transparency register in place, what's important to remember is we're not going to put this massive grand master plan that's going to take us 5 years to plan and implement. If we do that, we're going to be in big trouble by October. We have to think creatively. We've got to think about creative ways in which we come up with solutions that are agile and adaptive. And I think it's important to remember that COVID has taught us, particularly me, that as government, we have been able to rapidly pivot. We can do stuff if there's pressure. And if there's technology to facilitate a lot of this stuff, we can actually change things quite radically. And I was responsible for co-designing the SRD 350 grant in South Africa under the presidency. We actually got SASA to pivot in a period of 6 weeks, where all of their applications were done face-to-face, to pivot into doing online applications through WhatsApp, through emails, through mobile phones, etc. Space of time, but we didn't go with this big grand scheme. We were rapidly prototyping, and so things are possible if there is political will. I'm putting up 2 or 3 slides which are background slides. It's linked to some of the work. This is a FATF slide, and it comes to the point that General Lebeya was actually asking about earlier on. FATF's recommendations actually talk about a multi-pronged approach. And it's important that we put that into play. And what it does is it looks at the company approach, where you're looking at a company-based register. That's what CRPC does. But that's not going to cover all of our legal entities, right? We've got different types of legal entities. It covers a lion's share of entities, but we have to be mindful that that's not the entire story. The second approach is obviously a registry approach, and that's to have a central registry. And in that, we've got a whole lot of questions that we need to solve for and answer. And that specifically is about non-public access. And obviously through that, we can think about tiered access. Who has access to what information? Law enforcement agencies should have access to the entire database. Certain civil society organizations and investigative journalists, as we heard in the UK example, should have access to quite a bit of information on the back end, but certainly not all of the information. And obviously, upon request, depending on the sensitivity of the case, they might be able to access specific detailed information. That would be an example of tiered information. So institutions like the FIC, banks could have access to some of that information, but the FIC and the law enforcement agency, the DPCI, they should actually have access to all of the information across the board. And obviously, the officials working on the information need to be vetted and make sure that there is proper audits around what information they're accessing. And then finally, the other point is to have public access, but how much information do you make publicly available? So that's an important point to remember. And then the third one is really what Christopher was talking about, is how we capitalize on the existing information approach. How do we start to stitch together the various databases that exist in the public sector? We have a deeds office registry, we have information on e-natus, we have the masters registry, we have the NPO register, we have CRPC, we've got tax registries. So how do we start stitching these pieces of information together, not only to build a register, but also to start verifying the information through third parties? So my next slide is actually linked to work that we did for the UNODC, which is to start to think about how you actually scrutinize PEPs and promote beneficial ownership transparency. And this is a little bit of blue skies thinking. What's important to remember is that in any beneficial transparency process that you think about, you have to think about information in a layering way. You've got to layer different pieces of information and stitch different pieces of information together. Now, we live in the 21st century. We have access to digital technology. In South Africa specifically, for SASSA's grant, we actually got SARS to stitch together all of the administrative databases for us in 5 days. The reason we needed them to do that was to actually tell us which beneficiary, when applying on the SASSA system, could have access to this grant. In other words, we were trying to pre-qualify people. SARS took the population register and started to overlay SASSA's SOCPEN data, PERSAL data, NSFAS data, prisons data, UIF data, so that we could come to a net database of who was eligible. It's done in 5 days. The stuff that we're trying to do on beneficial ownership transparency is not more complicated than trying to stitch together a series of administrative government databases. So it's not a complex task. It requires a lot of political will and the process around it and how information is shared and who's responsible and who the custodian is. Those are the more critical and complex questions that need to be answered. So essentially, if you look at this graphic, and I'm a fan of distributed ledger technologies, but this doesn't have to go that particular route. And the reason I like distributed ledger technology is because digital identification is progressively moving into what we call self-sovereign identification. And as a result of that, people are starting to own their own identity information, and they can share it with whoever they want by looking after their own data themselves. We're doing quite a bit of work with BASA and BankServe looking at digital identification specifically in South Africa. And so identity, and particularly digital identity has to form the backbone of all of this, because you want to promote eKYC. You're wanting the FIC to start thinking about how they do the know your customer using electronic means. What you're then wanting to do is, and we heard it from the CIPC presentation, we have identity information. Information on the company's register is verified against the Home Affairs database, and biometrics are also verified. So you're wanting to create that as your backbone. You then are wanting to layer in the next important piece, which is around public service information. Who are your you're specifically interested in who are your PEPs around this, because you want to be able to use it to scrutinize PEPs, and particularly then link it obviously to your central supplier database and tenders, etc. in the public sector. But in that, you want to link it to tax identity information, and in other countries, obviously things like your social security number, which isn't relevant here. You then start to layer in the third piece of information, which is around the legal entity itself. So obviously things like the legal corporate entity number, we get that from CIPC. You want a legal entity identifier that needs to be linked to the global legal identifier that the Basel Institute has put in place. That allows banks to actually track and trace transactions between the same legal entities across countries. You must remember that as beneficial ownership transparency, from a lens of beneficial ownership transparency, it's very difficult to make sure that you're dealing with the same company when we're dealing across jurisdictions, because they might be registered differently in one company, or they might call themselves, I don't know, ABC Kathy, and in the other space they call themselves Kathy ABC, but it's the same company. We have a lot of these issues in the identity space, how people's names and surnames are actually spelt. So using things like legal entity identifiers addresses some of these issues. Trust funds and foundations, and a lot of the work that open ownership does actually addresses some of this stuff. And then the big one is also including the trade identification number, because the WCO has put an international trade identification number in place, so you're wanting to link up with those systems. You then move into the beneficial ownership information. By now you've got the identity of the individual, the company that he's with, so you can now actually layer in the information around who the director is, what their management details are, whether they're shareholders, are they trustees, are they beneficiaries, etc. And finally, you want to start looking at registered assets, real estate, access to diamonds and gold. Everledger is an excellent example which uses blockchain technology, where you can actually trade, share, and even sell your shares on that platform. You want to include information around motor vehicles, around boats, around property, etc. So this is a layering of information as we start to think about beneficial ownership transparency. And the reality is that most of this information is available to government. So it just has to be structured in a way where we can actually share information. This is part of the toolkit that we had developed, and you can actually see that the toolkit has a lot of components that actually form the core of when we think about beneficial ownership transparency. So the first layer is at the top. You have to start with your legislative structure. As a country, you then need to move into the strategic phase, which is, do you have a national strategy? Do you have an action plan? Do you have a task team that's actually responsible for this? And in South Africa, we've got a lot of this in place. The next place is to look at the systems, the tools, and the technologies to actually support the sharing of information, at least. In today's day and age, we don't need to have all the information stored in one register in one place with all the data stitched together. With API technology, it's easy to quickly test information across the different pillars, but we do need to have beneficial ownership data standards, how information is shared, and the platforms across which they shared those data standards become so critical in the space. And if we can address that, actually the sharing of information for beneficial ownership transparency becomes very important. The next step obviously is around processes. What guidelines do we have in place? How do we share information? What procedures do we have? Next is how we monitor, analyze, and enforce. And in that, it's interesting, in the session that we had yesterday, Christopher is like, well, you know, companies are responsible for making sure that they report correctly and that they don't window dress. And the reality is that unless you catch companies behaving badly and you penalize them, and Sharice was talking about should we have carrots or should we have sticks in place, unless you actually identify that behavior and you unpack it and you actually penalize somebody and you wrap them over the knuckles, even if it's the company secretary who's actually reporting poorly on behalf of nominees or nominators, and you actually penalize them in some way, then actually you can start to change behavior. But until you do that, if you're not analyzing your threats, you're not able to actually stop this. So you have to take a much more proactive approach to trying to identify perpetrators. Obviously, capacity is a big issue, and then finally how we communicate and how we collaborate with each other, not just within government, but government across government jurisdictions, but government and civil society, government and the private sector as well. So that's basically the long and the short of it. Part of our study is we had, I don't recall at the time, but South Africa had the most questionnaires that were actually answered. I think we had 28 questionnaires that were answered across government and the public sector, and then the banking sector. And really what we saw, and you can actually see from the technology side, we were deep orange, verification and legislation, largely because we don't have a harmonization of legislation on beneficial ownership transparency is an issue. Coordination and cooperation of how we share information is critical. The culture, at least in the political world, is quite good. So if you look at the top there, if we look at PEP scrutiny, we perform a little bit better than on beneficial ownership transparency. And basically the biggest obstacles, as cited in the questionnaire by everybody that did answer it, linked to things like legislation, implementation was a big issue, supervision, the poor use of data, lack of verification, poor cooperation between competent authorities, lack of support from certain professional and financial institutions, and then obviously the company register because they were still amending it. Note that this was done in 2021. The last slide actually just unpacks what the legislative framework and the beneficial ownership assessment tool really looks like. So it's obviously got a decision framework which is on the legislative structure, and if we look at each of those, as a South Africa, we've performed pretty well. On the policy framework around a national strategy and an action plan, we're missing some pieces there, but we have a task force in place, and what we heard today, and we've seen a lot of progress since last year when we actually did this initial assessment, but we don't have a management and compliance strategy in place as a country. Sorry, we do have that in place. Then systems and technology, how we look at systems and data interoperability, how we share it, how we enforce data standards. For information to be shared on beneficial ownership transparency, you need data standards in place. And that's quite critical. And so the data interoperability, aside from the system interoperability, becomes quite critical, and obviously we don't fare very well there. On the technical framework, we have some parts of this working, and then obviously on the monitoring and evaluation framework, as you go into the supervisory layer, we're a little bit thin, but at the financial institution level, we generally do pretty well. So the burden is being pushed onto the banking sector to do a lot of this. And where we don't do as well is really around our resource framework, so capacity building and that, but at the same time also on how we share information between ourselves and other institutions. So that's just the long and the short of how the different layers are of when you're thinking of putting a beneficial ownership transparency system in place. It's not a difficult thing, as Christopher says, but it's certainly complex because it has a lot of stakeholders that you have to bring along with you to go along this process. So with that, I'm going to open up to a series of questions as we get into the last session for today, which is for the next 45 minutes, and I'm going to stop sharing. And essentially what we're going to do now is really just talk about some of the things that I raised as issues. How do we address some of those issues? What are your thoughts about it? What are your thoughts about the type of information we share? What are the next steps that we can concretely put in place? So in this discussion group, from everybody in the virtual room and the people in the room, what can we put in place so that we can start working? So when we get to work on Monday, what we're going to look at in terms of beneficial ownership transparency. What are we going to tell Christopher and Lisa and General Lebeya and Corruption Watch around this space? So essentially, I want to open it up, some thoughts on how we move away from, well, move from commitment to implementation. What are the next steps that we need to do? So I'm going to open it up. In the audience, if you can actually raise your hand in the virtual room, I'm going to, I think most of you should be able to. So please raise your hand if you have any thoughts or comments, and if we can just open up to some of the key issues. Christopher has asked us to come up with a report in the next 2 months. That's also open. Any takers for that? I'm sure Christopher would be very happy if you could actually help him do that. So I'm opening the floor. If we can please just, yeah, so let's start. Comments. Anybody in the virtual room? Otherwise I'm going to start picking on people, and that's actually not a nice thing to do. But I am notorious for that. Any takers? Any hands? Sanan, I'm going to start with you. You know, off you go. Some thoughts. And maybe reflect on some of your work that you've done in the procurement space.
Okay, sure, thanks. I definitely don't feel like I'm on the spot right now.
Sorry.
So no problem, that's fine. So I think, you know, core to the discussion is really, do we have an enabling environment? And I know that that's something, you know, there was a lot of discussion around following a risk-based approach so that you don't try to do everything at the same time, but what is the most effective thing that you can do? And I know DTIC has already been working on amendments to the Companies Act, which, you know, would be the significant first step, and arguably if you can get that right, you know, you can get the others to fall in line. But I think what would be really important is not just to think of the most immediate issues that will arise, which is, you know, what kind of data do you want to capture, which is all very important, but also the practical difficulties that you'll run into when you're trying to implement something like this. So some of the big issues would be things like, particularly looking at the technology side, and I'll use the procurement work that we've done as an example. So when we were working with National Treasury at the time to try and figure out how do we better capture data for purposes of the central supply database, some of the big issues that came up was, where's this data being stored? Is it being stored within the Republic, or is it being stored on a server somewhere overseas? Because there's a lot of protection, data protection concerns around that. And there's a policy that the DCDT issued around data protection in South Africa and how government data should be stored. So one must look at all of those sorts of things as well. I think there's also the question of, you know, once you've found a place to store it, how do you look at all the other concerns, such as PAPIR, which I had already alluded to earlier. It's often an issue not just from the government, but facing the public, but also government to government, where departments need to share information between one another. And often the issue of there being no MOU or governance in place for that information to be shared comes up as an issue. So I think identifying your key stakeholders, identifying your practical issues, and then ensuring that any legislative amendments that you bring about take into account all of those issues. That all needs to be sort of factored in. It doesn't help saying that, okay, you know, we're going to amend the Companies Act to say that shareholding registers need to be shared with the CIPC, and then you have to wait for a litigation challenge because now they have to resolve whether or not it's PAPIR compliant now to do that. You know, that would need to be factored in, and all of that needs to be considered. So yeah, I'd say legislative to start, and hopefully colleagues can add to that. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much for that, and sorry for putting you on the spot. Accountability Lab South Africa, you're online. Can you read your question if you can unmute yourself?
Thank you.
Just introduce yourself, please.
Earlier, the long-standing gap. I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Sigrid. I'm from South Africa. Earlier, the information framework that we have in South Africa and the long-standing issues around impeding data. Very simply is the question around PIR reform and the collective disclosure obligation. It's already been raised just from the previous presentation that there is some need to do some harmonization of the laws relating to beneficial transparency. Of course, one of those issues is privacy, but the other element is also really about who reports what, who has what level of tiered information, what access to what level of tiered information. And so really my question is, where do we figure the PIA reform in the process? Thank you.
I didn't get all of that because, let me just go to the... I didn't get all of that just because you were breaking up slightly, but the question that sits on the screen in terms of the chat is where do we figure PIA reform and proactive disclosure obligations, particularly with respect to legislative policy harmonization processes? Are there any hands in the virtual room? Otherwise, yes, go ahead. We've got someone in the physical room.
Okay, thank you. How to check in terms of for beneficial ownership, sharing of data and storing of data, as we have the Fusion Center, cannot be also that one expanded to see if it can be used, the Fusion Center as the key platform now for the corruption to be used as a tool going forward to share easy data between the law enforcement agencies and also the agencies that the corruption watch and others. And then the second input, I'm going to check on the, as when you presented on the also risk area. I'm checking. Awesome. In terms of the risk, there is any risk framework that is suggested or used, or it's just general, or there will be maybe some people that will be looking at the framework to be used as a common framework for risk identification.
Just repeat that, sorry, because I was distracted. Just the last piece.
The last piece is on the, you talk about the risk identification and risk framework.
Yes.
Is there a risk framework tool that you're suggesting that it can be used, or is going to be someone looking at that to come up with the framework that should be used?
Is that specifically for Christopher or an overarching risk framework?
Just general.
Okay.
From presentation.
So in 2018, Lisa, is that the year? We actually did do a beneficial ownership transparency risk assessment for the IDC specifically. And in that, we actually identified, it's quite a long questionnaire, and we had a whole sort of stakeholder engagement process which starts to think around the different pillars. That obviously just needs to be updated. So there is a risk framework in place. There are a lot of risk frameworks, so that's one that looks very exclusively at beneficial ownership transparency, but also these risk frameworks all feed into the FATF mutual evaluation national risk assessment that we do as well. So that becomes quite a critical piece of how these different pieces need to move together into one space. Lisa, do you want to maybe comment on that?
Thank you so much, Kathy. Yes, I think a direct response in terms of tools, guidelines, and available frameworks that we can tap in. I've just attended a training course last week presented by the World Bank, who developed a new model on assessing risks for legal persons and legal arrangements. So this is something we can think of implementing. It's a matter of subscribing to the tools and then implementing it as a country. So there's certainly frameworks we can adapt to our own benefit. We also have a lot of information, as Kathy just mentioned, coming out of the mutual evaluation process. And then the country also, as of last week, underwent a Organization of Economic Development and Cooperation, OECD, automatic exchange of information peer review mechanism, country assessment. Try and say that fast. So there's a lot of information. This is for the exchange of information on beneficial owners for legal persons and arrangements, companies and trusts, for tax purposes. So we have information at our disposal in terms of data and statistics. What we don't have, what I've also asked for, and I think maybe Christopher can also elaborate on that, is where are the cases Where's the investigations that's pointing towards where you hit the brick road? You know, we can develop scenarios within the FIC based on the information we receive through suspicious transaction reports. What follows next is the investigation and then kicks off in terms of ascertaining who's the trust, who's the company sitting behind that. Is the offshore trust, is the offshore companies, the NPO. So the complexity really compound thereafter, starting from a very basic case. So we do see the full picture once we've completed the investigation, but we sometimes sit with a piece of the information. So to get to a better, sorry I'm rambling now, but to get to a better understanding of risk, we also need those cases. Challenges experienced by law enforcement agencies, challenges in terms of accessing information on beneficial ownership. Is it onshore, is it offshore? Do you have to follow mutual legal assistance processes? Does it take long? These are all findings that's contained in our mutual evaluation report. So we're aware of those challenges. We need to pinpoint to the actual real life scenarios so we can flesh out our understanding of risk where we need to put more resources towards. While I've got the mic, Kathy already said and indicated that maybe we can also emphasize that because we're not all aware of this, we're not all on the same level of understanding in terms of investigations, prosecutions and convictions. We need to start with that basic training, follow it up with a more intermediate training and then an advanced training. So over the course of the past 2 days, I think we've covered ground from basic to advanced, but you need to pitch that to a certain level to a specific investigator that need to run with a specific file. I hope that explains it. Thanks.
So, I mean, when we think about data, and I mean, I've been doing training for UNECA, and we're actually looking specifically in illicit flow, so broader than this. And one of the things that, or one of the tools we have, and which is a powerful tool you can use in this space as well, is we're basically taking certain typologies that we identify from investigations, and we're actually plugging it into the data. So for example, and actually Brazil's tax authority has actually done that really well. And all they had was a young, really passionate coder in Python, who's probably, I don't know, he's in his 20s, right? And he literally came in, took the data, they identified certain scenarios where companies in the soy production are actually misinvoicing and stealing and avoiding tax. And what they've done is now they've used machine learning as a way of actually plugging in those typologies to use what we call supervised learning in the system to start to look for similar patterns in the data. Obviously, you can use supervised and unsupervised learning, so I mean, there are different ways in which you can do it, but nothing stops you from applying those kind of intelligence tools in the beneficial ownership space or in the procurement space, etc. So Sanani, in your procurement analysis, if you found perpetrating companies on the typology that they're using, that's quite an easy tool to plug into a system to actually analyze. So the importance of data analytics, we don't live in a universe where data and information isn't accessible to us. But the problem we have is we collect a lot of data. And the reality is, and Sanan will tell you, that a lot of the data we're collecting is pretty bad. We don't maintain our data properly. Data 101, we don't do that. We certainly don't maintain our data, we don't clean it, and we certainly aren't analyzing it enough. Maybe to Cherise, I'm putting you on the spot. What do you think the role of civil society is and sort of investigative journalism? And I know we spoke about it last night, but maybe sort of from today's lens in terms of what you've heard and the role of the IDC and how they're taking some of these lessons forward. What do you think the role of civil society is and investigative journalism specifically? Mike. Thanks.
I speak very loud. Yeah, so from yesterday and today, hearing from Christopher about the role that civil society can play in compiling a report that would kind of be, in essence, a shadow report, just taking into account civil society experiences about the vulnerabilities and risks that pertain due to the lack of sufficient beneficial ownership disclosure. There really is something tangible that can be done. It seems it's not a lot of time to do it, but definitely, and I think if we had more time, it might be possible to do something quite comprehensive. So if there's further bites of the cherry, maybe that is possible. But I think it might be possible to put together at least some case studies or some kind of preliminary aspects that can be fed in. So I think that is a very tangible thing that can be done. Then from the, from investigative journalism and, civil society generally, I think there is a lot of, so I think it's important to draw on so when we're designing these systems, I think it is important to consult with civil society and specifically investigative journalists to figure out how it is that they kind of use this data. Because there are specific methodologies, and I think Susan and Raisa mentioned that yesterday. But as long as we can take that into account, it would make it fit for purpose from that perspective as well. So definitely don't leave civil society out of the equation, because as I mentioned earlier today, it's a kind of citizen-based accountability. So we trust that law enforcement, will be using this data for their mandated purposes. But it really is that extra check and balance where civil society is also able to access. To some of the, I don't know if this is going to be a bit of a small segue, but there were some concerns raised about POPIA. That is an issue that civil society is looking at very closely, and I know as like Amabungane, we take it very seriously, and we have engaged with the information regulator. We've even engaged with, for instance, Straight. So I'm not sure if people are familiar with Straight. They provide the uncertificated, or they're the registrar of those securities. And due to POPIA, they're no longer providing access because as of 1 July, they're not providing that kind of information to other service providers like IRIS. And that's actually had a direct impact on our journalists and their ability to actually access that information. So there are workarounds, there are solutions. It's not all or nothing when it comes to protecting personal information and providing for beneficial ownership disclosure. So please do keep these conversations with civil society active, because there's lots of potentials for solutions there.
Great, thanks. Yes. Again, to the people in the room, in the virtual room, please post your question or raise your hand. And if you can't raise your hand and you can't find the button, please just type it in the chat, and then we'll certainly open up to you. We'd definitely like to hear your voice. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Hi, Johan Krieger, I'm a policy consultant. So I think one of the things that the people in the room and online would probably agree on is that beneficial ownership transparency is an extremely important topic in South Africa, and that it's a very complex topic in South Africa. I think the challenge with that is that it becomes relatively inaccessible to the general public. Myself, I didn't know much about the topic until about 3 months ago, and after spending hours and hours and hours reading on it, I think I understand it a little bit. And I think this leads back to the role of civil society and the conversations we had yesterday about political buy-in and support for actual transformative measures being put into place, where in principle there is a lot of political and administrative support for for transforming our current regime into something that's more effective, but that doesn't always translate into concrete action in the form of budget and finance being allocated to the topic. So I think when we think about how do we basically encourage a whole society approach to this, I really think there needs some careful thought needs to be put into how do we use something like storytelling to create a narrative that is more accessible to people to understand the importance of beneficial ownership transparency, because all of us are aware of the impact of corruption, but we don't necessarily understand how these kind of really technical conversations that we've been having, how that feeds into more accountability and more more funds being spent on the stuff that it needs to be spent on. So I would just like to encourage that idea of I don't know where the responsibility would lie, whether it's with an organization like Amabagane or maybe the IDC of actually launching a comprehensive and concerted kind of communication plan to create that narrative, to bring this topic into the public discourse, because I'm sure, as everyone would agree, the public discourse on the challenges in South Africa is quite a convoluted space. There's a lot going on that we need to address. So I think there needs to be some careful thought, and probably we require the assistance from some creative people on creating a more accessible story and narrative and how this really impacts on people's day-to-day lives, so that there's a bit more support within the public for this issue. Which I think without that, and I think that speaks an element of just change management, because a lot of the conversations or discourse around beneficial ownership transparency goes about increasing the burden, reporting burden, it's making life a little bit harder, it's infringing on our privacy, and I think that's not necessarily the case, but I think it's those that are responsible for implementation, there is the opportunity to create, to control the narrative and to create a storyline that's just a bit more accessible and more understandable, and I think that'll go a long way in terms of making sure that this changes that we make are more sustainable. Thanks.
So it's interesting that you say that. We were chatting last night with Lisa, to the head of comms at Corruption Watch, and she was initially saying to us a few years ago when she was looking at this, it's much better now, by the way, even though it's like 5 years on, but like 5 years ago, she was like, nobody even knows what you're talking about. I mean, corruption, people innately understand. Beneficial ownership transparency, it's like somewhere out there. And I like the idea of sort of, storytelling and sort of bringing it into the public discourse. And actually, as citizens becoming accountable, responsible for self-policing, we start to then look at how whistleblowers have got such a critical role to actually play in all of this. Accountability Lab South Africa, do you want to, you've got 2 questions or 2 points. Do you want to discuss them, please? Unmute yourself if you don't mind.
Sure. Thanks again. It's really one question I had to return to a little too early. In the assembly of all of these large public-owned or public-controlled data sets, and in the making available of those data, we risk exposing the people who those data are about, those data sets are about, to some unintended consequences. I think, if we look to what's been emerging in places like Uganda, just around how the e-identification of people has also meant people don't have access to any kinds of services. If we think locally around the allegations against cash services and the exploitation of grant beneficiary data and so forth, it's not inconceivable that issues like these may proliferate as we start to make these data sets available in order to be able to implement this framework. And so the question here really is there a conversation process unfolding about the responsible use of these large public-owned or controlled data sets? Where is it happening? Who ought to be the custodian of it? How can it be front and center into the process of developing this framework? Because, in our rush to try and get the framework in, at least the framework and practice in place, we are also exposing real, actual people to consider.
Yeah, and I don't have a simple answer for that. I don't really know that we have. I think that's part of the challenge, right? Is, how is this information shared? Who's responsible for sharing it? Who's the custodian? Who's the owner of the data? Can we share it? I mean, how's it stored? Where is it stored? If it's, in the cloud, who does it belong to? And I think, these are quite critical, and obviously a lot of the work that open ownership really does look at things around data standards and obviously reforms around where information is stored, how it's shared, who it's shared with, what the security protocols are for sharing information, etc. So I think, those are some of the critical issues that need to be answered. Sanan? So thanks for that question, by the way. It was a great question, a difficult one.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, just a quick observation as well. And often a point that's neglected is less is always more in the data space. And so really fundamentally, one of the questions that need to be asked at the outset is, what is the purpose of this data, and what is the ultimate ambition? And the reason for that is, and I'll use a practical example, when COVID-19 set in Treasury, there was a technical task team that scrambled to try and figure out what data we need to be collecting from these emergency PPE procurements. And the first thing that happened with all the policymakers around the table and the policy and law people was, we need all the tender documents, we want everything that was signed, every meeting that was attended, every single minute, we want names, dates, every single field. And obviously from a legal perspective, this is great because you need all that information. When you take someone to court, you need to have as much information as possible. But from a technology perspective, this was a nightmare because that costs money. The more data you have, the more space you need, the more privacy issues there are. And oftentimes you can hide things a lot better. Well, you can hide things in two ways. One is by, obviously being secretive about it, and another one is by putting so much into the public domain that no one could ever possibly understand what it is that they're dealing with. So I think that if we really want to get the impact out of this, we obviously need to take into account the very important points that Christopher was raising and Lieutenant General Labia as well around security concerns, around things like nominee agreements and all of that. But fundamentally, I think we should first ask, looking at the BOD standard, which I think would be a real guiding light to get started, what do we need in South Africa to ensure that we can comply with FATF obligations first and foremost? And what is the minimum amount of data we can collect in order to achieve that? And I think when you do that, you'll have very happy technology people as well who could actually practically implement this relatively soon. Thanks.
I actually like that. I think that's really what we have. So what do we need as a minimum? What is the minimum data that we need to have in place in order to meet those FATF requirements? And that's quite pressing, right? If we think about the next 2 months, what are some of the minimum standards that we need? I mean, anybody wanting to, Mr. Singh from Corruption Watch, can I hand that over to you? And then maybe Karabo, and then Christopher.
I had a slightly separate comment, and then maybe...
But you can put that first.
Maybe in the process of doing it, I can thoughts on your question. The two things I wanted to say was that I think there is an expectation that in this period, in terms of anti-corruption, some things are going to happen, right? The one is going to be the progressive rollout of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, and institutionally, the establishment of the National Advisory Anti-Corruption Council, the NACAC. That's something that has to happen in this next period. The other thing that I think will happen, hopefully this year, will be some progress on the evaluation of the public procurement bill. And that thing closed for comments in 2020. Civil society's been having a little bit of a fight or an engagement to try to get access to the comments, but at some stage that has to go through. I think in both of those instances there's an opportunity to place beneficial ownership transparency as a priority issue. As I noted yesterday, it's spoken about in the NACs, but it doesn't get the same kind of dedicated treatment that other kind of technical areas like procurement reform gets. So I think particularly as we push the agenda in the pillar around procurement reform, we must closely link the issue around procurement reform to the issue of beneficial ownership transparency. And now cleverly, maybe not so clever, maybe that is one of the hooks around thinking about the baseline of information that we would require. So thinking about how the procurement process unfolds and the challenges in procurement, that procurement becomes the kind of, procurement reform becomes the lane through which we think about the kind of basic information we would want from potential industries seeking to do business with government. So that procurement reform then becomes a practical hook through which we push principles around beneficial ownership transparency.
Karabo?
Thanks, Kathy. Yeah, just that focus on procurement reform is interesting, because if you think about the FATF requirement and the recent revisions to it, and that FATF has now added the extra, in addition to accessibility for competent authorities, to public authorities, who include procurement authorities. So if that work were to happen, it would mean that South Africa would be ahead of the FATF requirement in the next review in the next few years. So that might be a very proactive way of getting ahead of this earlier on next time we in for a review. But on the what is the minimum that is required, I think what we see from other countries is that when there's more of an iterative approach that is taken, so starting small and slowly building out into a much more sort of wide multi-register approach is sometimes more realistic, because it does allow the developing a register, seeing what works, and then sort of extending that to either more entities or more sectors. So that's been really successful in the countries like Armenia or Ghana, where they've started either with an extractors register, or even Joyce in Kenya, where you spoke about how the BRS has started off with certain types of entities and is gradually amending the legislation to include other entities which are higher risk but weren't necessarily the initial requirement for a FATF process. So I think having that iterative step-by-step approach to implementation makes it a lot more realistic and removes the complexity or sort of that burden to try and do everything at the same time. But I think something that's also quite fundamental to this is ensuring that for the FATF process at least, there is some meaningful progress when it comes to the legislative review or the harmonization of legislation. That could potentially be a more short-term win that happens in a very short amount of time.
Thank you. That was very, very useful. And I like the idea of let's start small and let's see how we scale it up. So if there are any takers that actually would like to help, if I see in the Treasury, it would be, it's Daniel, huh? I'm looking at you to see how you can help. Christopher, no, Christopher.
So thank you. We need to manage our time as best as we can, and time is a good sanitizer to focus the mind. So the question that you've got to ask is, let's wash away all the big ticket issues. What is of immediate importance for South Africa in the next 6 months? Because that is what we've got to focus all our energies on. It would make no sense to dissipate our energies on high-level issues that is not going to deal with our immediate problem, which is to put the best picture of South Africa forward on the question of beneficial ownership in 2 stages of reporting, which is August and October. That must focus the mind. And all the other good comments of the colleagues are noted, but with all due respect, we need to tackle the issue that is burning us, and if we don't tackle it, it will consume us. So that is why we need to revisit, as the CIPC did this morning. They ran through the 6 key issues that South Africa needs to address in August, and a refined view on that by October. So what are those 6 issues? We can make that available for everyone to take note of. But I come back to the fundamental pillar issue. The fundamental pillar issue, and Kathy, you were part of the consultancy group that did the first risk assessment document, a very extensive document. The FATF has now told us that's a start. What they're looking for is, tell us now, on the back of that very comprehensive tell us in clear terms, where are the areas of abuse, or in the FATF language, misuse of legal persons in relation to money laundering and terror financing threats, vulnerabilities and risks. And that is where I, with all due respect, think we need to collectively focus on, because if we don't get that issue correct, that is the foundational pillar. If you don't understand your risk as a country, you're not able to apply the correct mitigation measures. And that is why the FATF has made it a very critical key component. So yes, we've got all these other issues about, and we can list them. We'll probably take up 3 boards of information. We've got to focus our energies on getting a South African perspective on where and how are our various types of legal persons being misused. And that is why I say the colleagues in the room here from civil society can add tremendous value to that discussion. Obviously, law enforcement will be sitting with government and giving inputs. FIC will have its own take, but it would be very essential to get the real practical information coming from civil society of what they have observed, what they have written about over the years, and put it into a report. We are saying this can be done in 2 months. It doesn't have to be a report that needs to meet academic muster, but it needs to be a report that's factual, that draws the right conclusions, that says that these types of entities are vulnerable for abuse and how did the abuse occur. And if we could show how the abuse occurred and also the value that was misappropriated in that process, that would be excellent. So that's issue number 1. So between now and August, we need to work collectively on that. Issue number 2 is we need to look at, obviously, the legal harmonization issue, but as we all know, to amend legislation does not take 6 months, it will probably take a year. So we're probably going to miss that. We will try and get a bill at least into the cabinet cycle by November. So that should be an objective. If we can work faster than that, excellent. Right, so that's issue now, dealing with legal harmonization. And then thirdly, we need to look at enforcement powers. The FATF has clearly said that it's no point your registry having this information, but it's unable to issue compliance notices for poor information or late information, or no information. So there needs to be a series of administrative processes which CIPC would have to put in place to deal with that issue. Then we come to the very important issue of access to information. Now, the FATF says for now the problem is an access of information by law enforcement. Law enforcement is unable to secure prompt information from the private sector through Section 205 warrants, and they are not able to get that information similarly from the registries within a reasonable period of time. So that basically takes civil society out of the equation, because they at the moment do not have any access rights. So that's an issue that the country needs to tackle. The other issue, and Liz can just read off, I'm just trying to memorize all the 6 key points. We are leaving trust out of it because we know there's a big trust process, so we won't focus on action 5. We've dealt with action 6, which is enforcement of late information or non-information. We dealt with issue 4 is how do we get our law enforcement agencies to have better access, and then coupled with that there's a training component, and there again I suppose if civil society can bring to the table in the type of session we had last night with Advocate Matibi and everyone in a very informative, relaxed style, talk about how did we go about sourcing this information from an investigative journalist perspective and using it as merely a technique and sharing that with law enforcement coupled with other techniques. Surely there can be some improvement in that area. So the access issue must be coupled with training, and we've already put out, and Liz can speak to it, we've already put out our invitations to open society to help us, and there is a proposal. I'm aware of that proposal. So then it comes back to the other issue, which is the issue of how do we, and this is a policy issue, how do we collectively want to deal with foreigners? foreign shareholders, foreign directors that have formed companies or want to form companies in South Africa. What is the view of civil society? Is it a problem? And the issue of is it a problem then links back to the first issue, your risk assessment. Your risk assessment, if it's done well, should have in that exercise a component that looks at the foreign dimension. Do we historically have an inward problem in the sense that these are people outside of South Africa bringing their corporate structure into our jurisdiction, opening up bank accounts and bringing money into the country? Or do we have an outward problem, as allegedly all the state capture money went offshore, and it went offshore to certain jurisdictions and certain companies in those jurisdictions? And that we are hoping to get that granular information from civil society to add to our own information to have a more robust and intuitive product. And then we come back to the issue number one, which SIPSI dealt with very extensively this morning, looking at mechanisms to improve the verification of current data and how do they ensure that their systems are robust enough to verify existing data, and then most importantly, as part of that, can they put in place the access channels to enable our law enforcement colleagues to have speedily access shorter than 5 days maximum, because we really don't. If we have the information, rather give it than take 3 weeks to give it. So those are the, and I'm sorry for harping and coming back to the immediacy of the problem. So we need to focus on those issues. Now, over and above that, there's a whole plethora of other issues which we must put on the table, and that we need to put on the table via consultative forums. Like, for instance, we need a particular consultative forum on the whole concept of abuse by natural persons through nominee arrangements. We need a discussion on that. How much do we know? How much are we aware of, and do we then have a sense of how best to deal with that? Then we move on to the more difficult question. Is our expectation on every private sector firm or every firm registered to collect their beneficial ownership data, plus in collecting it, describing the value chain? You heard the question this morning. It's not just about the end data. It's also about how does the link go through several levels of the structure, the complex structure, so that you can then intervene and perhaps investigate an intervening link that's not just the end link, because the intervening link may be just as important, because it could be an offshoot into another level of criminal investigation. So it's those sort of issues where we do need to put consultative forums in mind, but we must understand it is pointless for us as a country to be focusing on issues beyond our control, like legislation on procurement is beyond our control. Yes, we would expect the Treasury and that process to do its job, but we need to be focused on answering. It's like an exam. We were posed 6 core questions to answer come August and come November, and we would fail if we don't attempt to answer them. And that is where our study and our energy and our effort needs to be directed. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. I think that's very useful. I'm going to give General Lebeya the last word over the next 4 minutes. Just some thoughts. You can reflect on Christopher's thoughts, you can reflect on the conference, because I'm going to close this session to an end and we're going to move into the final session, which is just to sort of close off the next steps. So we started with you, we'd like to at least finish with you, General.
Thank you very much. One is just impressed by the various inputs that have been placed before us here. I think that if things are interrogated in this fashion, the final product will obviously inform the country's best product that we can all support. Having had all of these inputs, I'm happy that at least we appreciate that there is a need to protect the information together it is necessary that it need to be populated and kept elsewhere. I know you will be able to find a place so that where you are placing this information is also not a risky area. What I needed to be hinting on is that having had several comments about law enforcement having access to the information so that things can be done quicker instead of waiting for a prolonged period of time. Looking back in history, in 1993, law enforcement officials were able to get information without a need to go to court. There was no need to make use of Section 205 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Somewhere, somehow, individual decided that we will no longer be providing information. It was just a mere letter to the institution that we would like to have this type of information for this and that type of investigation. But then today we have decided that every information that you need must be in terms of Section 205. And this is actually an unwilling witness. Are we unwilling, all of us? So this is part of the things that delays, because you must put application and then go to the prosecutor to approve of this need to apply. Then you go to the magistrate and table that request. Time is running out. So I just needed to highlight on that, but otherwise the rest of the inputs has been appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General. And it's very sad to hear that sometimes our innovations have got unintended consequences when it comes to actually trying to stop perpetrators. Well, I'm going to just do our last session, which is really to look at the next steps and then to thank everybody. We should be finished by 3 o'clock. Patrick, my understanding is that you're online, is that right? Dr.
That's correct.
Cool.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Let me just introduce you and then you can speak. So Dr. Patrick Sokela is the Chief Director of International Cooperation and Stakeholder Relations at the Department of Public Service and Administration, and he's going to be taking us through the next steps. I'm then going to hand over to Tom Townsend, who's the Executive Director at Open Ownership, and then finally Christopher is actually going to close off the session. So over to you, Patrick.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm just going to show my face and switch off the video so that I can improve my quality of the presentation. Basically, my understanding of the work that we've done over the last 2 days is quite a lot of detailed discussion on the issue of board, and I do appreciate the summation that was made by one of our colleagues in terms of focusing over the next 6 months. I think that is quite a constructive approach. Coming from the perspective of the Open Government Partnership, I would like to invite those state institutions or organs of state that would like to make commitments under the auspices of the Open Government Partnerships, because that's one of the platforms that we can use to show what are the things that we are committing ourselves as a country in terms of the methodology of the Open Government Partnerships. So I'm looking forward to getting more of a summation of the report for the last 2 days and seeing which institutions may be willing to make commitments under the auspices of the Open Government Partnerships. But if I may take a step back, from the architecture of the state, if you look at the Bill of Rights, the functionality of the state is the basis upon which the Bill of Rights is premised. A functional state is the starting point in terms of capacitating the state, to do all the things that it's required to do in terms of the Constitution. So that basically implies that the state should be able to build over a period of time or on a continuous basis all the capabilities and capacities. Capacities in terms of the right fit of the individuals for the positions that they hold, and capabilities in terms of building the infrastructure, in terms of the systems, procedures, systems, and other platforms that will enable the state to discharge its responsibilities. So to me, that is the very important basis upon which we need to locate the state, because unless the state has got those capabilities and capacities, the state cannot legislate properly. What you mean to legislate eventually is not the outcome that you get of that legislation. And the gaps will always be identified by those that seek to, to defy the system, because the type of people that defy the systems are the people with the means, whether they are from the public sector or the private sector. So you are dealing with very complicated actors. So you need to be very systematic in your approach in terms of how you approach the issues of both. That is the input that I'd like to make. The same thing happens with the question of building the capabilities of the state. We have found that there's a lot of work that is being done in terms of both, but the organs of states are not necessarily willing to make explicit commitments through an open methodology such as the open government partnerships. So my invitation or my plea, therefore, is that all the organs of states that did partake today in terms of this discussion should indicate their willingness to take forward the discussions of the last 2 days in terms of indicating their availability to commit in terms of the open government partnerships. We are supposed to deliver a report by the end of the year in terms of the OGP National Plan of Action that is due by the end of the year. So there is an opportunity there in terms of what we can commit collectively as a country. So that would be my input going forward. But I'd like to emphasize again, the long-term task is to continuously build the capacities and the capabilities of the states. And there's no shortcut to that because the state will always be vulnerable to all sorts of influences. So it's already part of the priorities of government to continuously build the capacity and the capability of the state. And that priority, in my view, equally applies to the challenges that arise out of the discussions that we have had. So that would be my input. Thank you very much. I end here.
From Open Ownership, Tom.
Hello there. I think the video is still disabled, but very good afternoon. There we go. A very good afternoon, everyone. My name's Tom Townsend. As mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of Open Ownership. On behalf of all of us here, I'd like to congratulate all of the participants and speakers for this conference during Open Government Week and its contribution to shaping a multi-stakeholder approach to advance beneficial ownership implementation in South Africa. We're pleased through our work with the Department of Public Services Administration, the Financial Intelligence Centre, and of course our partners at Corruption Watch, to have been a co-organiser for this important event. I'm joining you today from where I live, in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. And the reason I'm telling you that is that Amsterdam is the spiritual home of the limited liability company. And it starts to go into the creation of law in the 17th century. And the reason limited liability companies were created here was to allow rich Amsterdam merchants to invest in their colonial journeys abroad without fear of losing their beautiful townhouses by the canal. They could shield their liability. Somewhere along the line, that ability to shield your liability for a company has somehow turned into the ability to remain anonymous as a beneficial owner globally. This is the historic mishap that everything we've been discussing during this conference and the global movement on transparency of beneficial ownership is attempting to address. Because the abuse of anonymous companies globally is the rotten core of good governance in so many places. We simply have to fix this. And I think globally and collectively, we are really now beginning to understand how to do that effectively. I would just add, though, that the applications and value of beneficial ownership data go much further than issues around integrity or stopping illicit financial flows, but they should remain at the forefront of our mind. Understanding who owns and controls a business really is the kind of connective tissue that we need to understand the world around us and the economies that we live in and we work under. We need also to understand, of course, who ultimately benefits from public money. And I think that's the really important part of the new FATF recommendation as it relates to public procurement. From the level of engagement from government, law enforcement, civil society, the private sector and academia, clearly this is a timely meeting for South Africa, and also a timely meeting in terms of the global progress towards beneficial ownership transparency. Throughout the last couple of days, this conference has considered the various international commitments that South Africa has to BO transparency, including the Financial Action Task Force, the G20, United Nations Convention Against Corruption, and so forth. As South Africa considers how to respond to the FATF process, it's also important to consider developing a BO disclosure system which speaks to the particular risks and policy goals for the country. So very practical questions and debates that have arisen. How can a BO register be made publicly accessible, but also ensure that there's full compliance with data protection and that those people who are beneficial owners are sufficiently protected? How to implement beneficial ownership reforms with the use and usability of BO data in mind. All of these reforms are for nothing if we are not seeing the eventual data produced by everybody that needs it. This really is the next frontier issue for quite a nascent and emerging policy space. How can a data standard be applied to link the various registries which are planned, including at the CIPC and the Trust and the MPO registry? Also, why does BO transparency matter in the extractive and natural resource governance space in South Africa? And how do we use beneficial ownership data in public procurement process to reduce corruption? What that means for developing a robust and harmonized legal framework for reform. I just wanted to sort of end by saying a little bit about who we are. You will have heard it and you would have met my fabulous colleague, Karabo, and others over the last couple of days. We're working across jurisdictions globally, doing a lot of policy and technology required to deliver these reforms well. So I'd really encourage you, if you're not familiar, to look at some of our work on public access and the debates around that, how to think about beneficial ownership of trusts, and also recently published work on appropriate sanctions and enforcement regimes. And finally, the work that we've done for the last 6 years or so on developing a data standard really does, I think, offer practical ways to structure data, make it as shareable as possible, and make sure that everyone can get the from it. It goes without saying, we remain ready and available to assist the process in South Africa in whichever ways are most useful, getting to the point of ensuring availability, high quality data. We work across the process of implementation in supporting the development of initial policy, the law itself and the drafting of that legislation, the technical systems for getting information in and processing it and making it useful, and also supporting a range of actors to use this. This kind of work we've been doing across the world now for 4 or 5 years, and today we're working in more than 30 jurisdictions to do that. Alongside partners, this gives us a really, really good understanding of the different approaches to beneficial ownership reform around the world. So to end, We're encouraged by the progress South Africa is making in this process to work towards developing a multi-stakeholder roadmap, practical steps from a broad range of stakeholders. Everyone involved in this journey is going to be critical for the success of reform in South Africa. And I wish everyone here the absolute best of luck with the next steps that we've just been discussing. Thank you for having me, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Tom, and thank you for the work that Open Ownership does to address beneficial ownership transparency across the globe. Good work, keep it up. Thank you. Christopher, parting words from you. And I know you're going to talk about, you can definitely come up. Of course you can come up. You can share the stage with me, Christopher.
No, you're not. Thank you. It's quite difficult to close a session like this because there's so many issues that remain unattended to or not resolved, but my best endeavor is to say, first of all, thank you to the organizers for getting us out of our very, very busy schedules and imploring us to make the time to be here, and we're very appreciative for making this opportunity for government to show that it is open to work and listen to the organizers, and that this is a partnership issue. We're in this together in our various levels of engagement and speciality and practicality of approach. And we need to fix the immediate problems and the medium-term problems and the problems in the long run. But to be practical, as we always need to be, we have to take cognizance that we have immediate issues to deal with. So apologies if that has been my mantra for this workshop. It is just to conscientize you that if we don't attend to the immediate issues, we might be successful in the medium term and the long term, but we may find ourselves on the FATF grey list come February next year, which would make us achieving our medium and long term goals so much more challenging because the international environment will not be so open and embracing of South Africa and its processes and systems. So we must understand the strategic madness. So yes, we're very appreciative also to see senior government officials present. Thank you for the acting PP and for General Bayer and my other colleagues from the chief directors of DPSA and all those from government that have worked with us. And then finally, thank you to the people that are really doing all the hard work, to Open Ownership, Corruption Watch and Open Government, in particular the event organizers and those that have really made this possible. My parting request is this is only the beginning of, we hope, a very challenging series of engagement because we don't believe the issues are simple, even though I may say they're simple, in the sense that we should not overcomplex the issues, but in executing, it's going to be complex. We clearly understand there are 5 or 6 strands of issues, so it's simple from that perspective, but we do need to engage soon, and we hope that the civil society as a collective can engage on our challenge we've put out to you. Can you work with us to help us better understand the threats, the vulnerabilities and the risks of the misuse of legal persons so that we can learn from your inputs and inform our own product we are due to send to the FATF authorities come August and later on November. And then obviously we need to work very closely with law enforcement and the CIPC and the Master's Office to fix the issues of access. And we hope if we can get that channel working, it would be a workable channel for the future, whatever the future may be regarding access, whether closed or open or hybrid, wherever that road takes us. So in closing, the FIC would like to thank all the organizers, and particularly the MECs for the day, Kathy and your counterpart of yesterday. We just hope that you will continue to engage us, assuming that we would like to get as much help as we can, and we would like to make you very comfortable in the sense of please do not hesitate to contact Lisa van Schoor, who is the Secretariat for our IDC BOT, and we would welcome all assistance possible. So with that, we appreciate the time, effort, and the knowledge shared, and we wish everyone safe travel, and we look forward to seeing you soon in another forum of engagement on this topic. Thank you.
So we've had, just got my last parting comments. I just want to, we've had a few thanks, so just formally to thank all of the event organisers, so DPSA, the FIC, the Open Government Partnership, Corruption Watch, Open Ownership. I'd also like to thank Rosemary and her team from Solutions Group for the logistics and support. I'm sure a lot of you will have engaged with her directly. I would like to thank the British High Commission in Pretoria for their support for this event, and a very heartfelt thank you to General Lebeya for his keynote address. I'd like to thank all of the speakers, the presenters, and the rapporteurs for their role in enhancing and contributing to a very rich discussion over the last 2 days. And finally, certainly but not least, I would like to thank each of the delegates, virtually and in person, that have attended. I know virtually to attend a 2-day workshop is like grueling, but thank you very much for staying the course. And the reality is that without you, this event would not have been a success. In the words of Kofi Annan, the former UN Secretary General and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, he says that if corruption is a disease, transparency is an essential part of its treatment. So we know that to promote beneficial ownership, transparency is the primary treatment to actually address corruption, tax evasion, money laundering, and terror financing diseases. We've also got a very clear instruction from Christopher and marching orders of what the requirements are over the next 2 to 4 months, and I'd like to call you all to see how we can support that process and then continue working towards the medium and long-term goals. And with that, I'd like to close this event. For those of you that are traveling home and catching flights, wishing you safe travel. Take care, stay safe, and thank you very much. There will be tea and refreshments outside for the delegates in the room.